Are you ready?
Okay, we are ready to start now, right? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of the world. Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for coming today to this DevRel Asia 2020. Here is Asia1 track, and it's provided in English. This conference has multiple tracks, includes with local languages such as Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. Of course, we have the English track, this Asia 1 track, and SEA track, and Asia 2 track also. Right. My name is Taiji Hagino as co-organizer of DevRel Asia 2020. I'm very excited to be involved in this conference as a co-organizer. We hope you all have fun in this conference. All right. I would like to let you know something about this conference, right? Let me see. Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank all of awesome speakers. This Asia 1 track that we have, we have 12 sessions in this track. But unfortunately, one track has been cancelled. So we have 11 sessions here, right? These are the awesome speakers. And next, great thanks for sponsors, Moongift, Vonage, Microsoft, and Twilio. Thank you very much for supporting our components. And we have hashtags. This track is DevRel Asia1 track. So you can use hashtag DevRel A1 and or hashtag DevRel Asia. And we have the other hashtags for each track: JP, Korea, China, SEA, Asia 1 and 2. Right? You please use these hashtags with your tweet or some social network posts. Right? Thank you. And next, special novelty we have. Uh, uh, it's very simple 3 steps. Watch all sponsored videos. Each video has code. And the last one, enter the all codes on this URL: https://devrel.dev/asia-2020/code. Winner announcement is at each track closing session. And we have translation system. You can use UD Talk. It's kind of translation applications for iOS and Android. For all of translations via this QR code on each track. This QR code is for Asia 1. You can get all other codes at office. And we have after party. We have the after party after the all sessions. Please join it on office. This is the same as the conference venue: https://devrel.office.in. All right. Anyway, let's enjoy this conference. Okay. And after that, we have about 1 hour, 16 minutes break. After the session here is presented by Jessica West, right? Stay tuned. Thank you.
Wake me up when the sun goes down. Sleepless night. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. Myself when the sun goes down, down. Wake me up when the sun goes down, 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 down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. Sleepless night. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. Wake me up. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Wake me up when the sun goes down. I can't help it, baby, not myself when the sun goes down. Worries die out too hard. When we were traveling mountains, we set our mind afire. That yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am. I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave. I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. When we were traveling mountains, just to find the loudest seas. We set our mind fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under. There's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on it. I never want to leave. I'm in a tropic club. Sometimes you gotta leave the past behind just to find out where you're going. They try to tell you should take your time, but inside your heart you know it. Don't try to stay. Sometimes you gotta leave the past behind just to find out where you're going. I know you're scared to take a chance to fly, but the wind will keep you soaring. Don't try to stay. Sometimes you gotta leave the past behind just to find out where you're going. No need to waste no other precious time. Get back on that and go away. I'm on my way to love today. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm on my way. You know I'm on my way. I'm on my I'm on my way to love today. I'm on my way to love today. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna know where I'm going. I wanna know what the future holds for me. And I've been praying and hoping. I wanna see what this life has left for me. I wanna know where I'm going. I wanna know what the future holds for me. I wanna feel like I'm growing into the man it's meant to be. I'm on my way to love today. I'm on my way to love today. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm on my way. You know I'm on my way. I'm on my I'm on my way to love today. I'm on my way to love today. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, so it's time to kick off Asia1 track of DevRel Asia. Hello everyone, good morning in APAC folks and good evening in US folks. My name is who is today's MC of this time of slot for this track. Very nice to meet you and hope you enjoy this free online digital conference. So we would like to welcome the speaker for this session, Jessica.
Hello.
Hello, Jessica.
Hi.
Are you ready?
I think I am. I'm ready. Good
Yes.
morning, good evening, everybody. Konnichiwa. We can get started.
Yeah. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I believe everybody can see my screen. So we should be good to go. Okay, hello everybody. Again, my name is Jessica West. I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about scaling and measuring your developer relations program. I note that we have some Q&A time at the end, and I'll work through this. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to use the chat on YouTube, or you can put them on Twitter using the hashtag DevRel Asia. So with that, I will go ahead and get started. I don't see my slides quite yet, so I want to make sure that everybody can see them. And we'll just give a few more minutes to have this load up. Let's see. Maybe I'll reach out to the chat.
Sorry, hello, Jessica. So
Yes.
we cannot see your slide. Can you refresh your browser, please? Sorry.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got it. Sorry about that, everybody. Remote conferences, they're always challenging and fun to do. So like I said, my name is Jessica West. I'm really happy to be here talking to you about scaling and measuring your developer relations program. If you have any questions, please use the chat in the YouTube chat, or feel free to on Twitter using the hashtag DevRel Asia. So we'll go ahead and get started. So many of us, we're coming here to DevRel Asia because either you have a program that you're looking at starting for developer relations at your company. Maybe you are looking into getting to developer relations yourself, and you're wondering, where to start. And oftentimes that can be the most challenging part. And even beyond starting, how do we measure what the efficiency is? Like, how do we see that we talk to the company and communicate the value of developer relations to them, and talk through what is developer relations, and how do we say, here are all the different things that we say that are successful, are born from it. So we're going to go through that today. So, with this, a lot of things, like communities are at the core of what we do. We have communities everywhere, and this is starting from day one, even before, the internet was a big popular thing, and having discourse or Discord. But we have used communities. We've had them around since the beginning of time. We always have congregated to have that other connection with people. And we think about, what is community at the core? It's a group of people that have a similar idea or collective, and they come together to talk about something that they have maybe a passion or a goal in common. Quite oftentimes we look at, communities now, we say, like, I'm going to go find, this language community here online, or I'm going to go to a conference and I'm going to go try and find them and understand what they're doing and how I should engage with them. And our roles as developer relations professionals is to work with those communities and to talk with them about what we do and what we represent from our company, and try and find the best solution for them. But a lot of that, it's that human interaction, right? It's the human point of finding myself and another of that conversation. And that can be really challenging when we look at how do we translate that to business value. So like I mentioned, we have now, from where we had communities before, it was we'd have to go out to find them, and we'd have to go out and discover, were they on even like just IRC channels. We always had them out there, but now they're at our fingertips, and we have it through Zoom, Slack, everything. Especially during COVID pandemic times, we are having all of our communities online. We're having these conversations online, and it's a different experience, but it's still engaging with your community, and that's something that's really important. So again, when we have those ones we have communities at our fingertips, how do we start to measure them? How do we say what's the best way of saying that I had a really great conversation with someone at a conference, or I read a really great conversation with them on Twitter, and we went back and forth and we talked through what's the best JavaScript library out there, and how would I get started with, we'll use feature flags as an example, because that's the company I work for, LaunchDarkly. And, if you're having all these great conversations, they're amazing. And you can go back and tell them in your event recaps, this was so great. I had a great conversation, and, I did my job. But what your executive wants to know is, how do I measure that? And really, that's the big question. And really, if we look at it, you don't. We can't measure human connection. We can't say arbitrarily, Joe and Sandy to the left had a great conversation versus, Jessica and, Azushi to the right? No one can tell us really how you measure those ones. So when we look at that and we have those authentic conversations that we're looking at, how do we measure that in relation to everything else? We realize that that's not at the core of what we want to measure. And we think about this, like all these activities that you do are really part of your story, and that adds conversations. Those conversations kind of add flavor. So these conversations, while are very valuable and authentic, that's not at the core of like what's the activity that you're doing. And you use those conversations as a contextual point, saying that I interacted with this community member here that has this amount of measurement, like of them, the audience. And because of that, we had XYZ conversations. And we're really able to think about these things in a much more like measured way. Also, I'm a big foodie, so there'll be some food pictures in the slides, and I hope that you like them and hope that you're not too hungry at the end. So, talking about measuring presence, there's a number of ways we can do that within developer relations that really like talks about what we're doing, where we're doing it, and how we are working through these things. So marketing, there's a lot of traffic data that we can look at. Engineering, we're looking at adoption and data from your products. Sales, ARR, and lead attachment, and developer relations, tracking, what activities you're doing. And all those first three data points, those are things that those departments are already tracking, right? They're already looking at that traffic data. Engineering already knows about the adoption, and sales knows about the ARR and their lead attachment. But what developer relations can do is bring all that into one big picture. So there's a lot of activities that we bring to the table that in a lot of ways like that influence these, right? But it's because it's spread across so many different departments, it can be oftentimes challenging to say, where do I start? How do I start bringing these things in there? And how do I attribute my work towards these activities? And that's where it comes into that fourth point of developer relations. And I realize I have my mouse on here, so I'll use that one. And developer relations, tracking those activities, that's a core of like what we are understanding. And by tracking those activities, we can start seeing what types of blog posts, like what types of content I put out there, what type of things lined up with those different SDKs and adoption from our whatever we're working as our engineering product, and what sales calls I involved in. Now, I put this big variety of items on here because we recognize that developer relations oftentimes looks different at every single company, and that's totally okay, because I think that that's actually better, because we should be helping adapt to whatever the company really needs. Like, we're coming here to say, what do we need to do for you to connect to your communities? And that'll look different at every company, and it should, because that's how each company has their unique presence. So let's keep going. So I want to talk about the impact over numbers. Oftentimes you'll say, I went to 5 conferences, I gave this many blog posts, and you're going through like tracking those activities. While that can be really beneficial, it can actually be really challenging, really hard to talk about what your true measurement is, because you could have a really great blog post that takes you 2 weeks, or you could be writing blog posts every single day. And which one do you think is going to have a better traction of SEO over time? So here I put in 3 different programs that we can look at. Program 1, oftentimes this is what we see as like a base starting point for developer relations programs. Maybe they're not even tracking it. So let's start. You want to start producing. I wrote 5 blogs. I gave 5 talks, and I'm going to hire 2 developer advocates. So we're looking at these, setting this as like a project plan or OKRs from a management perspective. We look at published program 2. So say, okay, I'm going to publish these 2, like these developer focused blogs. So we've gotten a little bit closer. We're saying that we're talking to our developer audience, not just our audience in general. And I want to give 5 product focused talks. Again, better than just general talks, and it's product focused. So we're getting better. We're narrowing down what the type of impact your team is having based on these activities. And hire developer advocates, just keep hiring them. They're always hard to find. Now, program 3, and this is my favorite one. I think this is where we really see a big change in how we talk about what our activities are and how they translate. This is where we can have the real true understanding from the executive board, understanding what is it that you're doing and why. So if I can go to my CEO and say, I reached 15,000 unique developers through this really great blog post, and look, they continue going and they came in here from this keyword. That's huge, right? That's a much better story that I can talk to my executive team, and also that I can tell my team that they are working on rich content that's reaching developers over and over again versus telling them to arbitrarily write a blog post. And the other one, engaging, let's say with 5,000 developers through different speaking opportunities. So, what does that look like? Is that choosing 5, let's say 5 1,000 events, 5 local ones, maybe doing 15 local events or 3 targeted ones? These are all really things to think about, and using your value of time and that impact. And the third one, increasing advocacy output efforts 2x by adding different developer advocates. That's something that is going to be an advanced metric, and you won't have that until you'll be able to collect data and truly see, okay, when I hire this type of developer advocate at this level, I can see output changes by X. But we don't see any of that until we start tracking. And when we start thinking about that impact over numbers, so you don't track just what you did, but truly what was the impact that you had and where did you get that? So this is where you really want to make marketing your friend. Talk with them about what they're doing, how do they talk with different events, how's their blog posts, get access to all those analytics. And also in turn, making engineering and product part of your feedback cycle. How are you getting that product out there, and how are you talking with the engineering team? Did I skip? Sorry. So, like I mentioned, so these are the 3, these couple of things that you can focus on. From marketing, Google Analytics is a great place to start. If you can get access, if someone's pulling reports, again, this is dependent on wherever you are and wherever your company's at. But this is really key because it really helps for you to identify what you're working on and saying, hey, what is this blog post? How is this driving data over time? Social activity, maybe getting impressions from any kind of analytics from Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, anything that your company's using to measure that impact of whatever posts that are going out, and then specifically to your team. And event data, that's the number of people that have attended the event, maybe the people that are attended the specific talk, and you can bring all that into tracking those activities. Engineering, a great one to talk to them is about your count queries. So how many people are using that specific language, SDK, maybe the integration, or attach rate, whatever that looks like for your platform, your product, is important to look at. How are you helping influence that, and what are those different activities that you can line back up to it? So digging into written content and marketing, we talked about this a little bit more already, but the number of unique visitors that you connect to your Google Analytics, incoming traffic sources, that's really important too. Like, how did that user land on the page? Was it from a partner piece of content? Was it through keywords? Was it Was it from someone you got highlighted in an email newsletter? These are all really good things to know for how your efforts are hitting that impact. Time spent in the article is a really great indicator of how long people are staying there. So it's a really long article and maybe they're popping off early, and that means because something didn't quite translate. Or even better, they're there for that full time and maybe even longer because they're going back over and combing through your article and trying to find information that they want to use and then bookmark later. These are all great things that help us analyze how people are interacting with our product and what you want to do to help change that impact. And it also helps create a story. These are all little things that help create a story when you're creating these dashboards later on. Video content is huge right now. I mean, here we are on a virtual conference. And this is something at the end of the day, I can go back and talk to my boss and say, I spoke at this conference. Here's how many people came to my talk. Here's how many people were at the event total. And I can see, where people were at. Granted, this is a third-party event, as that goes in events and webinars. But if you're a personal one, you can start looking at all the different things through engagement graphs. Like, where did that user pop off? Did they stay the whole time? Did they pause? Did they start in areas? And then you can start seeing how that is and tweaking your content. Through podcasts and streaming content, the number one thing basically is looking at, number of downloads, subscribers, unique viewers, and really when you look at how people are interacting with you and that number, and we want to track that. Engineering, this is a great one. Looking at product usage, what's the number of attach rates to your partner integrations, maybe your SDK usage, what communities are thriving and which ones need help. This is a great indicator to see what things look like over time and how you can change your behavior. Or you can see, hey, there's a big gap that I can help with by providing more content around it. It helps looking at, is there anything broken, within your library? And this also for tracking by account type. This is really interesting to see how your trial is working and what happens from someone going from trial to a paid account. And this is something that's very interesting to your engineering org, and also, again, something that your developer relations team can help influence and work through. Then account by persona, this is, again, one of the things is you can look at your targeted efforts and what you're doing to help bring things there. And last, open source demos. Love this. I think that the more open we can be with our data, the better. That's part of, at the core of what communities are, is sharing information so we can all be better and so we can all learn from each other. So creating this kind of content around your product as best you can is really huge. And you can look at how people are interacting with that. So measuring that one, like the number of stars that are on the repo, maybe the amount of account signups specific to that repo. And if using something like Glitch, the number of remixes. Sales. This is a small slide. This is only one, and that's very intentional because while there's a lot of partnership that can happen between developer relations and sales, it shouldn't be at the core of what you're measured against. It's something that you can talk about influencing and saying, this is a portion of what I did and it helped bring a lead and went through that. But it absolutely, in my opinion, should not be translated to your direct activities or your value that you bring to the team, because that's a different persona and that's not what we're doing for developer relations. We're looking on the short and long-term tail, but we're not working on how do you understand our data and how do you sell it, right? We're trying to talk through that top of the funnel, not the very bottom when we're converting them. And we don't want to have that association there. So with developer relations, we've talked about a lot of different things. And this, again, looks different at so many different companies. But really, it comes down to, in my opinion, these four types of categories. I call them my 4 C's in my reports. I call them, code, content, community, and company when I go through it every iterative. But for this purpose, we'll talk through each section. So we've got speaking, coding, writing, team collaboration. There's so much that your team can do and so much to be a part of. So tracking these types of activities and relaying it back into how you can measure it is huge. And it also helps paint a really beautiful story for your company and for your executives to understand truly the big efforts that your whole company, that your team works on. So we've gone through a lot, right? So let's take a step back and look at every single data point that we're collecting. And so each data point is really valid on its own, right? The unique visitors to a blog post is important. And that's something that marketing really wants to look at. And looking at how people work with their product and the engineering side is important. Having that sales influence AR, these are all really relevant stories and points of it. But bringing this all together under one point and kind of one umbrella of these like the activities, starting with the core, like what are the activities that the developer relations team is doing? And what is that influencing each one? And how do we measure all that? That creates like that big viewpoint. That's what creates the big picture. And so it's really important for us to get these types of data points and then look at how that is coming together to make people understand the full value and the full true like impact of what we can do in developer relations. So we'll go through a use case of how we can use these kind of metrics and data to influence like what's happened in the DevRel space. So let's say your developer relations person your manager's looking at all of the data and they see that there's a dip in some data. And so we see some numbers for argument's sake. We've got 5,000 adoption for like the month of November. And from the month of October, we were actually at 8,000. So what was that 3,000 gap? What happened for that adoption rate so that we had a drop in 3,000 active users? So let's just say that was in the JavaScript SDK. So we recognized that there was a gap in that community. So we then because we're tracking that, we're looking at it, we task an advocate to take the next quarter to say, okay, I'm going to look at what that gap was. I realized, and from the gap, doing that research, recognizing that, oh, it was because there was a bug or because there was a new language that came out and we don't support it. So we needed to change that. And because they had that research, because they have that knowledge, then they're able to help create a resource around it. And then they're able to go to the marketing department and say, hey, help me. I just wrote this really great blog post and I've got this demo talking about like the hottest new thing on React and Vue. Can you help me push it forward? And the marketing department says, yes, I absolutely can, because new content, DevRel, sign me up. And they then amplify it. So then we are then tracking numbers from the unique visitors, right? And that GitHub repo. And that's when we're in that analyzation phase. So we look at, so here's the number of visitors that we have in the blog post. Here's the number of people that starred that repo. And now further, what's happening with the adoption, right? Is the adoption upticking? How are we seeing that? Like, is anything changing? And then we can then iterate. But all that gives us the ability to kind of showcase the problem and that solution and results. And it gives, again, a great story to your whole company about what are you doing to help close that gap? How are you like taking that impact from the community and bringing it forward? And how are you measuring that to show the value of what you're working on? This is the biggest thing that we can actually do as professionals. And quite oftentimes we get so busy on working in the community and doing our work, and we're so excited and so passionate about doing it. And we're like, yes, we're doing it. We're great. I helped this person. I feel really good. But sometimes we have to forget that we have to be our own developer. Like we have to be our own advocates within our company, right? And part of that is communicating and iterating on that communication. So you have to make sure that we're communicating consistently and frequently. So not only our executives, but our peers understand what we're up to. This creates a whole level of collaboration. It opens things up for people to understand, oh, I see that someone on Jessica's team is working on this library. Oh, that's really cool. I actually have a customer call that's working on this. It'd be great for us to connect. But that conversation wouldn't necessarily happen without that communication going outward and saying, here's all the things I'm working on. And you can do that through multiple ways. Mary has a book that she spoke earlier, and talks through the different ways of you communicating. And I know I've given a talk before as well on all the different points that you can have your hour communication to your company about what you're doing and what your team's doing. And that's step one, right? Communicating and then iterating and making consistent so they know that like, okay, every month I'm going to get a report from Jessica's team and I understand what I'm going to get there. Or maybe it's every quarter or whatever cadence works for you and your team, but be consistent about it. Just the way we would be consistent with our communities and asking them to engage with us, we have to do the same for our company. The biggest one is also instantiating a feedback loop with our stakeholders. So making sure you have, maybe those asynchronous meetings or those daily stand-ups with, your stakeholders in product marketing, maybe in events, in demand gen, in engineering, different engineering squads, in product delivery, all these things for people to understand truly, what are you working on? How can they help? And what are they working on? And how can you help make sure that your go-to market strategy is even stronger? Because ultimately, we're here to help serve not only our communities, but also help our company be more successful and having those authentic conversations. And so being open for that and having that information with stakeholders is huge. And with all of this, I know that many of us have changed and being open to this, but being open to that feedback and change to say sometimes what you need in Q1, your company needs in Q1 is different from what they need in Q4. And that's completely okay. And we should be able to open to changing and adding different points of feedback so that we can make sure we bring that to the table. So, like I said, treat your company like your community because they deserve it, right? So, where to start? This is a lot, and there are so many different points of starting point for where you want to start with your team, especially if you're not tracking anything. But the first thing is just doing some investigative work. So finding out where the data lives within your company reporting. Are they reporting on all these metrics that we mentioned earlier? Are they looking at that individual traffic? Are they looking at the adoption for the SDKs? Are they even looking at, where's the data for sales and trial adoption, things like that? And from there, take some time to really make sense what makes sense for your department. You don't have to rush in and have an answer day one, but take some time and say, okay, I'm going to establish baseline. I just have to understand it. And you want to make sure that you understand where that's coming from. And maybe you have some work to make sure that you start measuring. Or it might already be there. So you just need to add yourself as a subscriber. It really depends on which company you're at. And from that, once you decide, okay, this is how I'm going to start measuring, get buy-in from your stakeholders. Say, hey, I'm going to start working and tracking these things. And here's what I see as really a value add for the company and for you specifically. Do you agree? And make sure they're acting as like your champions within the company as well, because they're going to help that word of mouth when someone's asking, what's developer relations up to, they can say, oh, they're working on XYZ, because you're not always going to be there for that. And really start small. Start measuring like traffic and product usage as a baseline. That's number one. That is, when I say start small, those are those two things, but that is a huge, huge change, especially if you've never been tracking anything. And you can see so much just from those two types of data. Really just looking at the number of unique visitors to your blog posts and everything else, and looking at those activities, that gives you a bigger insight into what the team is working on and the impact they're driving. And part of this, reporting your progress to your company and like rally them around and get them excited about what is this team working on. How does that impact? Like, what are the things that we're hearing from the field? And bring all these different authentic conversations that we talked about at the very beginning and use that to talk throughout this data. Because we've got all these numbers, right? But what we want to also bring in is like lay in those insights, lay in those trends, and use those authentic conversations as a way of presenting the data, of understanding like, here's the numbers and here's the conversations around it, and this is what it means. So with that, we want to keep iterating. And so really the true benefit of having what we have right now with everything online versus offline is that tracking and measuring your department's success has never been easier. So with that, I say my rallying cry to all of you is let's build some dashboards. And arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here, and I love that we're still able to participate even right now in remote times. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jessica.
Sure.
So it's time to switch to the next session.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
you, Jessica.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So we would like to welcome the next session speaker. Miho from Nurab. Hello.
Hello.
Are
Can
you
you hear me?
ready?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm ready.
Yep, I can hear you. So, okay. Can you? Are you ready to share your screen?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see my slide?
No
Can you?
yet. No
Oh, really?
yet.
Oh, hmm.
Can you
So,
refresh your browser?
okay, just a moment, please. Screen.
Hello. Sorry. Yep.
Okay, just a moment.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Seems ready to go. Yeah.
Okay.
So we would like to welcome Miho from the lab. And her session, her talk is why should we start with internal tech role for DevRel? So over to you.
Okay. Thank you for joining my session. I'd like to have a presentation of why we should start an internal tech role for DevRel. First of all, let me give you a brief introduction of myself, my company, and its services. Okay, so who am I? My name is Miho Inoue, and I'm in charge of the content marketing at a company called New Labo. I'm engaged in building customer awareness for our services and company. New Labo is a SaaS company, and develops for original services such as project management tool, business chart, online whiteboard, and diagramming tool, and security option. I work closely with developers in New Labo to make marketing strategy for developing new features and existing customer communication using owned media. So what is New Labo? New Labo is based in Japan, but is expanding worldwide. Other than Japan, we have offices in the United States, Singapore, and Netherlands, so on. New Labo has been 16 years since it's founded. Our headquarters is Fukuoka and has branches in Tokyo and Kyoto. And we have the community space called New Space in Singapore. Our customers can walk there for free. And also we are holding the tech events for developers on a regular basis at New Space. New Labo is a developer-leading company. As you can see the fact from the chart, more than 70% of the company member is developer. Our CEO and CMO used to be a developer too. They started with the commissioned development when they founded a company, and our product derived from the idea to make their work more efficient and productive. Anyways, like I said before, I'd like to explain our services. New Labo is a service that facilitates collaboration between organizations and teams. We provide 4 types of SaaS that meet the
security, and governance requirements of companies. The first one is Backlog. It is a project management and issue tracking tool for product manager and team workers. Kaku is an online whiteboard and diagramming tool for remote team workers. TypeTalk is a business chat tool for every team workers. NewLab Pass is a security option for the enterprises who are required high-level security. We have over 4.7 million users from all over the world. It has been introduced in various industries and sectors, from listed companies to small and middle enterprises, from manufacturing industries to government agencies. Okay, that was it for the introduction. But before we lead to the main point, let me just make this clear. Who and what this session is for? This session is for marketers who want to start the DevRel activity, but those who don't know where to start. Okay, I will give you an explanation of DevRel activity, providing examples centered on content marketing, which even beginners can easily start with. So give it a try after this session. Okay, first of all, I'd like to share my opinion for the reasons why SaaS companies need DevRel for marketing efforts. As you may already know, DevRel is a shortened form of developer relations. It is one of the marketing methodologies to form a connection with external developers and to get recognized about your product, services, and company. If you are a marketer of SaaS services or cloud services, developers should not be ignored in gaining recognition for your products and services. See the developer feedback loop. Thanks to the developers sharing the review of your service, you are able to make your service and the company's value higher. It means the feedback from developers and the improvement loop give us good opportunity for the product marketing. Furthermore, it would increase the loyalty level of existing customers, so they may invite our service to other developers. Therefore, companies need to carry out marketing activities that meet developers' characteristics and their needs. You'd think, okay, then how do I start the DevRel activity on my own? When you start something, you need to set the primary goal. Please look at the pilot funnel. This funnel is developed by Dave McCarrell and it's called ARA. Each of the letters represent awareness, acquisition, activation, retention, referral, revenue. If you want to start getting the interaction with the developer, you can focus on awareness on the top of the funnel. So I would recommend you to start from the awareness if you are a complete DevRel beginner. Okay, first of all, I'd like to share my opinion for the reasons. I'd like to share my opinion for the reasons why DevRel activity using blog recommended for beginners. So far, you'd think, okay, I understand the importance of setting the goals, but what exactly should I do to start the DevRel activity on my own? What often bothers people is that they don't have enough resources to start this activity when they try to get started. I recommend TechBlog for those who don't know where to start and who has no resources. What is TechBlog? It is a blog for developers to share their knowledge or their expertise such as APIs and development management or something like that. Specifically, the use case of new coding languages can be a good example because there is often a little information on the website, and it is often a useful source of information for other developers to publish their experiences on blogs by individual developers. Okay, there is 3 advantages of writing a tech blog. The first point is that you can start with minimum resources. Tech blogs are very good because you can flexibly change the amount of effort you put by adjusting the amount of text you write, how much details you write. It depends on the content, but you can do all the steps, create a blog, publish it, and measure the effect in about 1 month. So it won't need that much time to create your next blog. Second point is that it's easy to measure the effectiveness. You can measure the blog effectiveness, like how many people read it. You can see this by using analysis tools such as Google Analytics or simply by looking at the number of shares on social medias. The third point is that it could bring you the chance to be a speaker at events or contribute to technical magazines. You can use external domains as well as your own domain to gain developers' recognition. The good thing about tech blog is that they can lead to big results with a small amount of resources and man-hours. Okay, now I'd like to introduce the case of New Tech Blog. This is the case of 7 series of tech blog about migration from Java to Scala framework project. Our service backlog, a project management tool made from migration from Java to Scala and framework in July 2019. This project was a grand project to move backlog from Java to Scala and framework, which had been improved over 10 years, and the specifications were totally disorganized. We decided to start to introduce the whole of backlog project for about 4 years with 7 series of tech blogs. The blog introduces technical challenges and perspective of project management, etc. We serialized articles reviewing the works that team members have done on the project from their own perspective. The period of this blog series was for about 3 months from the first planning to the publication of the first article. As for the members, 7 developers participated as writers, and I was the director and editor. And the designer participated in the creation of the image for the article. Okay, how did it turn out for the tech blog series? In terms of the quantitative perspective, we got the 18,216 page view per 1 month from the first tech blog published. The most remarkable thing is the percentage for a new visitor. We got the awareness from developer that we haven't reached yet. Furthermore, we got the positive review about this project from external developers and customers on social bookmarking services. It's like Hatena bookmark. What I'm trying to say is this tech blog has been succeeded to the good result of getting awareness and social review. Okay, next case. This is a blog about what developer has experienced through in-house development project. This blog is written description of the process by which our service Kaku is converted to microservices using Kubernetes. The blog introduces the benefit of microservices but challenge Kaku's development team first and technical selection requirements. Okay, the effect through this blog was surprising. Little knowledge or information about Kubernetes architecture, microservices was published on the web. So this blog was read by many infrastructure engineers who are interested in Kubernetes and microservices and shared on social media. As a result, the authored developer was invited as a speaker to Japanese technical big event and meetups. Okay, what I wanted to convey here is that there is an advantage that tech blog can lead to the stage of the technical events. Okay, next case. This is a blog about what developer has experienced through a web Awesome development project. This is a description of the process by which our service is enabled to secure login using fingerprint with WebAwesome. The blog introduces the benefits of WebAwesome and what the advantage of the WebAwesome and technical selection requirements. The effect through this blog was also surprising. As a result, the developer was contributed as a writer to technical magazine for developers. What I wanted to convey here that there is an advantage that sharing knowledge can lead to build you or developer's brand. So far, you'd think, okay, understand the advantage of tech blog, but how do I find the topics? How do I find the topics of tech blog? Tech blog idea can be found in communicating with developers. If you are a marketer, not a developer like me, join a developers meeting and work to communicate with them. In addition, let's check the progress of the development project frequently with the in-house information sharing tool. It's like a chat tool and task management tool or something communication tool. There is a tech blog story that the developers themselves are not aware of. Regardless of the scale of development, the process of service improvement may be spread on social. Okay, I'd like to wrap up what I have talked so far. In the marketing activities of SaaS companies, the existence of developers and the developer feedback loop are indispensable for increasing the value of product and services. marketers should consider to increase the awareness of developers. DevRel can quickly measure the effect with less resources. In addition, it may be derived from event presentation and contribution to technical magazines. DevRel materials can be found by active communication with developers, participate in development meetings, and check information using business chat tool and issue management tool frequently. That's all. Please take this case home and give it a try. Okay, so this is PL. Nurable, and Nurable I work for is looking for developers like you joining this DevRel Asia. If you are interested in, please feel to apply from the following this link page, or please search NUALAB New Labo. This recruitment website is in Japanese, but inquiries in English are also welcome. Okay, thank you for sharing. Thank you for the listening. Please follow my Twitter or Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miho-san. So we got some questions. So
Okay.
So sometimes keeping them motivated is really difficult to continue a project, especially for blogs, like posting new blogs really frequently, because they also have like what they need to do, right? So can you share your tips with us from your experience?
So I just want to confirm. You want to know the motivation to continue the tech work and something like the experience. My experience.
Yes, like how to give the motivation for them.
Okay. So in the case of New Labo and in the case of me, we tech blog is required by human management resources. So New Labo staff, New Labo developers has to create the tech blog, one tech blog per 1 year.
So kind of commitment to their performance, right?
Exactly. So but I don't know it is appropriate way to get their motivation. But if you really want to continue tech blog by company marketing, I think it is good way to continue tech blog. I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, output is really important. Also, like how to continue, like keep motivated. Like for them is for the evaluation, like they must do, right? They must do. So yeah, that's a good way, I guess. Yeah. What I think. Maybe this is everything from the attendees for the question.
Okay.
Yep. So thank you so much for giving me talk for this track. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the conference as well.
Oh, thank you.
I need to wrap up, but yeah. So I think yeah.
Can I leave?
Do you have any
Do you have any comments, or if you would like to say something, just yeah, you can.
Okay. Yeah, I think nothing. So
Okay.
thank you. Yeah,
Thank you so much for joining us today.
thank you.
All right, so we have a few minutes left for the next session. So the next session is Okamura-san from Shopify. So please stay tuned.
I guarantee. Oh, we could reach a star far away, take a break and run today. From the troubles in our minds, we all see the signs, and we will learn how to shine again. You don't have to bear this weight alone. I promise you I'm here for you to guide you through the storm. We are trapped in a memory. You are lost in memory. I wanna fly with you, fly with you, somewhere new. Just let me be with you. Don't you worry, my brother, it won't be long. We'll find a peace in another place. We will leave behind this endless way. Just reach a star far away, take a break and run today. From the troubles in our minds, we go see the signs, and we will learn how to shine again. You don't have to bear this weight alone. I promise you I'm here for you to guide you through the storm.
All right, so it's time to switch the next speaker. So I would like to welcome the next speaker, Junichi Okamura from Shopify. Hello, Okamura-san.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you?
So
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
How are you? Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for joining us today. So are you
Yep.
ready to
Yeah, sure.
go?
Okay.
Yep. So can you share your screen, please?
Yep.
Yep.
Can you see me? See my screen?
Yes. Perfect.
Voice is
So
okay?
then, yeah, I think
Okay.
so. So his talk covers a new DevRel, invention of scaling out partner ecosystem. So over to you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for coming today to my session about our new DevRel, invention of scaling out partner ecosystem. My name is Junichi Okamura. I'm so excited and have fun about talking our experience about our DevRel activities in Japan. So let's get started. First of all, please let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Junichi Okamura, Senior Technical Partner Manager at Shopify. And my Twitter is Benzo Okapi, and written here. So please follow me. I will follow up your question, and I will tweet as well in the DevRel Asia hashtag. And I named myself the API lover, midnight developer, manga creator, beer lover, alpaca, etc. So I love the exciting stuff and the offshore or the personality. Okay. Here is my contents to date. So we have the 5 chapters. The first one in the overview of our Shopify and its ecosystem. And second one is our first success and failure of our DevRel activity last year. Third one is what we changed and happened last year and this year. The second one is the key factors of success we did. And the last one, it should be the wrap up and the future of DevRel, I think. So let's get started. Okay. First one is the first one is the overview of Shopify and its ecosystem. Shopify is a leading multi-channel commerce platform with the following numbers. We do the business globally. We have the greater than 1 million active merchants globally as well. To be brief, in one word, we are one platform, every channel and any devices. Once you get started with Shopify, you can have your own store online and the storefront and connecting to other marketplaces like Amazon and the social media like Facebook, Instagram, and etc. So to drill down more deeply, so we can say we are single integrated back offices. You can do the payment, capital, marketing, analytics, app, inventory, fulfillment, order management, and shipping, whole bunch of the required tasks for your the commerce, e-commerce, and it can be achieved, provided by us as a one-stop solution. It's like we often call ourselves is a commerce OS, like a Mac OS, Linux, or something, and we should be the kernel of the commerce activity as well. Yeah. So we are growing globally and rapidly. And of course, here in Asia, we have the rapid growth as well. And especially with Japan has a significant growth as well. And here is various API to enable flexible customization, which is our unique, the specific advantages and the characteristic which make us the unique, having the unique position on the e-commerce world. Using this kind of the APIs and our partners can be developed their own apps. App is like a plugin, so they can add their own demanded features to Shopify for their client merchant as well. I'll mention later the more detail in the coming slides. Yeah, so this is that overview of our extensive partner ecosystem. So we have the 5,300 apps currently. As I said, the app is a plugin and can be installed from our own app store, and like a mobile smartphone, the app store as well. So, and our user merchant can install this kind of apps into their shop, and they can add their demanded functionality into their shops without any coding. The right number is 37,400 the partners, agency as web designers who build the online shop for their client through our partner account, partner dashboard, and they help their client merchants to do their online businesses, which is not so much good at the coding and the integration, the IT stuff. So in those cases, these agency and web designer can help them to build their online shops with their skills. My main role is the supporting the building the community and bring the huge growth into this partner ecosystem in terms of the apps and agencies. That's why we have been doing developer activities in Shopify Japan as well. Here is a case of the rapid growth in Japan too. So as you see the screen, so our app store has the many Japan-born apps, and we successfully gained the huge growth in our ecosystem for producing an app and bringing a new agency as well. So far, do you feel the all sounds good? Nothing to talk today. So, of course, no. Don't stop to make the early conclusion. So, to reaching after this phases situation, we have struggled to try the many things, many activity since the last year, the improving, changing the way of thinking, and the tracking, analyzing our activities result, and we have enhancing more and more. And just this year, we getting result and from our trying to build the economy, the community and the ecosystem as well. So I would like to talk about the detail about our experiences and since the last year in the next chapters. Okay. The second one is our success and failure. Success and failure. 1 year ago, here is a many screenshots, photos of a developer relationships activity we did last year. Maybe you feel those kind of the photo is very common views and scenes which happened in various locations of the DevRel people gathering, and of course the developers as well. We did the same, and we followed the same approach. And what did we succeeded in last year? First one, awareness of our app ecosystem in the audience. Before doing this kind of activities, few developers know our API, and our team in Japan existing here as well. So, and why we do this kind of activity, we gain more awareness with the app developers in Japan. That's the great success. Second one in the scaling up the communication of the audience, which means we had a more deeper communication one-on-one with the audience developers about our API specification and shooting their trouble, asking the question. That's what the success was as well. Third one, the qualitative measurement of our activity with emotional feedback. It's like a Facebook share and feedback on our survey. Oh, there's a Shopify API, is great. I was excited. I think I'm going to become the real app developers, etc. This is the successful as well. But of course, we have the failure. Now, first one, the converting to real app developers from the audience, which means, as I said, many audience who participate our workshop or the activity, they say, oh, we love to develop the apps. We want to be the real the partners of Shopify, but we couldn't find it. And after the event ended, we have no way. We have some significant movement of that. That is one of our failure. Second one, the scaling out the number of the audience. So as you know, this kind of activity is very time consuming, and allocating the location and creating a landing page and handling the registration. So it's hard for us, such a small team yet, to scaling out number of the audience, which means the number of the events. So if you say that, if you express our impact in numbers, we cannot assess the real impact we achieved with the number itself only. So that is the second failure. A third one, the quantitative measurement of our activity with data tracking, which means that even though we did the successful workshop, we have no way about the checking how many of the participants turned our real partners, and how many apps was actually developed by the participant and of the event we hosted. So it's just like we are lost in the way of the going right or going left, and which direction. So this is the third failure in the last year. So this is the fact and the result of the last year and of our activities. We were successful and lifting at awareness itself with Twitter share or other feedback, but we weren't and about the scaling out of the conversation layer. So this is our challenge for the next year. How should we scale out this activity? So we have asked ourselves again and again, and sometimes asked by our leadership or other colleagues. So this is the main challenge, and this is the important topic we have to solve this year to get be more successful in Japan market and in Japan community as well. So let's get down to the chapter 3. I would like to talk about the detail of what we did, how we did. So first of all, we started to think backward. Think backward means, and in 2019, we thought forward, which means we started thinking of what kind of activity is needed, what kind of activity should be done at the point of a start, and we assess and check the goal. But under the approach, we weren't successful enough about to achieve the goal. So this year, we started thinking from the goal, which means why we should do this developer relationship activity. What is our expectation? What is the goal? And we tried to figure out what kind of activity should be done, what kind of content is required. So thinking backward from the goal to the start, to be more exact. So from why and what we should do, and to the what and how we do. Okay. So this is the major marketing funnel diagram. So maybe you should know and often see some event. And this diagram is sourced by this file in the URL. If you get interested, check it later. Okay, so let's get down about what we changed. So we set up this kind of a table and matrix, and thinking how we make the growth within the teams. So we made it a check item checklist, and for example, place where before 2019 we did offline, but after this year 2020 we should be online. For what? We achieved the scalability. By the way, we shifted to the online before this COVID-19 situation, so that it's not impacted by the COVID-19, the pandemic as well. And the second one, audience who. Before we did for everyone. After we will do for the selected one with more passion, with more engaged, with some clear purpose goal. For what? And bring the conversion to be the real our partners. Third one, the goal. Why? Before we did give the basic knowledge. After this year, so give the education which really work for their business as Shopify partners for conversion as well. Second one is next one is the contents. What? Before we provided the decks as the mine today. So after we provided blog and the videos for scalability as well, because the deck is not good at gaining the SEO and not easier for the developers to find after some event ended. But the blog video is public natively and easier for them to find later by searching. So that's why we shifted to the blog, the video, the usages. Next one, the style. How? Before we did in the style of the workshop, one by one, and single shot workshop. But after we shifted to program style, it's just an online school of the coding or education for the new programmers, English learners, and somehow about the physical training gym. And so we shifted the style of these activities for conversion as well. So give them more real knowledge and skill to for help them to become our real partners as well. The last one, the measurement, which data we should follow. So before we follow the number of the feedback, the shares in Twitter, the survey, it's kind of more emotional. But after this year, we shift to the number of shops, apps produced by our audience who participate our program. So for being quantitative, so the tracking the result outcome in perspective of the data can be more logical, can be more observative. So we shift to the style measurement in this way. So we thought, what do you call this approach? I asked myself a lot. So, and one thing came to me. Oh, I got it. That can be called boot camp. Boot camp is like a physical training program, and there is some military and some the coding school and somehow English or something. So this word is often named for intensive and more engaged educational program. So we named our new DevRel activity bootcamp. Of course, it could be online. And I shared the result on the first. To be brief, we did 3 times this year. And now in the 4th programs, we have the 3 part of these new activities. One in the program. We have the Zoom session once a week, and we communicated the participant in our Slack, and we invited many existing active partners who gave the session about the activity and tech stuff, and so the APS skill architecture, etc. We doing the program. We did it within the 6 week. So one cycle have the 6 week terms of the educated grow the participant to turn the real active partners and the developers. Second, the forum, online communities. We encourage them to post the many inquiry and contribute to the forum to shooting up trouble and asking the question. So which is very, very helpful for our users and their future activity as well. Third one, the contents in the blog and the YouTube videos. So we made it for this bootcamp program initially, but as I shared this kind of the contents with the audience, participant, they viewed them, which gained more PV, and that's enabled to the contents easier funded in the online internet with more PV. So this is a good cycle between each component, program, forum, contents. So I feel that this is the trigger of our successful new developer activities. So what happened? This is a fact of this year, 2020. So we still successful lifting up awareness because the many of the participants are freelancers who love the sharing in Twitter, and they promote or they share what contents, what is our bootcamp actually in the Twitter and the blog. We still successful the lifting up awareness, and we gain this the scaling out conversion through this educated intensive program of this bootcamp. And especially the most successful thing is the date track. We get the date tracking, who produced what number of shops, apps, and we can check it and after the program ended using our BI tool. because I mentioned later, because we force them to provide their partner IDs during the registration. So that's quite successful for our new activities. Yes, so we can say we invented a new DevRel, successful. Yes, let's call it the day. It's okay? No, stop. I'd like to drill down to the detail of what did it. Maybe there's some of them should want to know more. So I'd like to drill down to the detail in the next section. So chapter 4, the key factor of success with it. 1, shift to educational trainers from funny icons, which means before we focus on the getting attention from the participants, developers, talking about the funny stuff, more the iconic themes, but we shifted to more serious educational trainers who can give them more best required answer and knowledges. So I found that we no longer need no pizza and beer or the too much jokes in the events, but instead the more optimized real working contents and the passion and the communication work them better. And 2, do not give the answers only but the way of the solving. So which means that we try to give them, the developers, the way of the finding the solution by themselves. Not only the simply answer the question, but providing the way of the searching the documentation and useful stuff. Third one is leverage funnels of contents of people. As I mentioned, so before we publish our blog just simply for gaining the SEO fee, quite separated from our textbook for workshop, which used to be our decks. But this year we combined both. So we take them, our blogs and the videos, as textbook as well, and share the audience, and audience brings more TV to bring more audience through them via the internet search. I feel this is a good cycle and interaction between the awareness and advocacy and loyalty and from the graduated partners from the boot camp. So this is a good and finding we want aware of. So yeah, so they connect all of your output, blog, sample code, videos, and cyclic, connecting the program and search and online forum. So this was very successful for our cases. The last one, the limited audience to the account holder with passion. So which means that initially we try to get more audience. We pursued the number of the participants itself, but this year we started limited the audience with the real account, a real working ID, and of course real passion to become our partner doing Shopify business as well together. So this worked fine as well because the most of the participants was very motivated to learn actively. So share their contents inside in the Twitter, which bring the more audience, get more awareness to our DevRel activities. Okay, this is the last chapter, the future of DevRel, I think. So maybe some of you might feel DevRel is uncertain and a winding road, but should be going to be more skill layer oriented and analysis role based on our experience, not only coding, talking, but more insight about marketing approach, what the strategy and what the type of the communication data tracking is needed. Various skills will be needed for the future DevRel. And DevRel is not only event hoster or contest writer any longer, but a key driver for business success with multiple skill out of coding. So the marketing, digital marketing, data analysis, design, or other iconic skills and the characteristic as well. So I'd like to give you this sentence as the last of my session. So it's your turn to invent your own DevRel to scale up your ecosystem. DevRel is the power of build your ecosystem. So please think again, invent your own way to scale up your DevRel and amplify your DevRel outcome. So we do that together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Okamura-san. So it's time to switch the next session. So we would like to welcome the next speaker. Yasushi Osumoi from IBM. Stay tuned.
We are embers in the night, burning brighter still as our hearts are filled. Every outline of your perfect smile is illuminated in my mind. It's the fireflies in heaven, with you here inside this moment. It's like fireflies in heaven, brighter than I could imagine. It's like fireflies in heaven. It's like fireflies in heaven. We are stars in endless night, flashing in the sky as our hearts collide. Every shadow of your silhouette is electric in this moment's breath. It's the fireflies in heaven, with you here inside this moment. It's like fireflies in heaven, brighter than I could imagine. It's like fireflies in heaven.
So I would like to welcome the next speaker, Yasushi Osanoi from IBM.
Hello.
Hello. Osanoi-san,
Maybe
how
I
are
was
you?
delayed. Sorry. Maybe I was delayed.
Just a bit. So maybe
Sorry.
let's get
I'm very
started.
sorry.
Let's get starting. So are you
Thank
ready to share your screen?
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay.
I misunderstand my time zone. Can you?
Yeah, it's very complicated, isn't it?
Can you share? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
I think it's okay.
It's over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Osanoi. I think I was delayed, maybe about 10 minutes. So sorry again. And today, I'd like to talk about myself and my experience over the 20 years. Just a moment. I'm very sorry for the delay. Okay, so how to get heart and mind of developers. That's my today's story. Let me introduce myself very fast. My name is Osanoi. I'm working for IBM as a developer advocate. As you can see in the right-hand corner, I have worked over many companies. I started with Intel at 1989. It means I'm old, but anyway, I started working for the Intel, and I started my own company called OpenDream, and moved to the Linux Foundation, and Dell, IBM, Teradata, and IBM. I was doing a lot of work, job. It's wide. I started as a semiconductor engineer, and also I do some marketing for the Intel and Dell, and also the marketing for the engineer communities, like a community manager. And also I was a technical sales engineer, and also I was a developer engineer for the at the Teradata, developing a software for the ETL. And now I'm doing a developer advocate. So I joined IBM about 1 year ago as a developer advocate. Developer advocate, or we say DevRel, is a kind of a new word. So before I joined IBM, I don't know much about the DevRel or developer advocate. However, I have talked with at the time, I was talking with IBM person about the DevRel and also developer advocate. I found out that my past 20 years of doing is kind of DevRel work. So I'd like to talk about my experience, and I hope some of my key point is useful to the new DevRel people and also the marketing people. So I'd like to talk about from my experience. Let me talk a little bit more about myself. My name is Osonoi. Osonoi is also a very rare name in Japan. So it is always easy to get ID from Osonoi. So please follow on the Twitter, Facebook with OSONOI. And also, I sometimes writing an article to the magazines. And recently, I wrote about the IBM Cloud. And also this time, I'm kind of active community participants of the Drupal community. Drupal is a content management software open source and mainly used by the website content management. IBM is actually using the Drupal as IBM.com. So these are the magazine. The latest one is on the bookstore, so please buy this one. Okay, back to talk myself. So as I said, I have done a kind of DevRel work for 20 years. The first job working with the developer is this one. In 1997, Intel, at the time I was working for Intel, Intel announced a new product called Pentium processor with MMX technology. So MMX is a new technology. Actually, it's a new instruction. Some of you may know the SIMD instruction. It's a single instruction and multiple data. So you can perform many calculations by using one instruction. This is very good for the so-called multimedia application at the time. Actually, multimedia is kind of old word. However, like a video, audio, or 3D game, these are the we used to call multimedia. And this instruction is very good for these applications. So I started working with the developers and to ask them to use these new instructions. So developers can make their software more smooth and more fine and more better way. There's a many products out there available with the MMX instruction. One of the example you can see in this picture is the Sega Virtualon. It's maybe old people can remember this game. It's a kind of arcade game, but also is available to the PC game, and it is utilizing this new MMX instruction and this very smooth movement with this robot. So this is what I started, kind of a DevRel or developer advocate. After that, I continued to work with the Intel product for the new instruction. In 2000, we have a new processor called Itanium. And so I started to work with the open source developer, especially Linux developer, makes this source code to work with the Itanium processor. So it's MMX is a kind of consumer software, but Itanium is more enterprise work. So it's a little bit different. However, the technology, from the technology point of view, it is very different. However, the methodology of working with the software community is very similar. So, and I succeed to create many projects for the ITM processor. So I thought it is a good idea to continue to work with the community. So I started up my company and work more with the community and developers. And I was focusing on the Linux open source people and the community, and I work with the Linux Foundation. In 2009, it's also more than 10 years ago, I work with the community and developer to hold a first Linux kernel summit in Japan. It was 2009. And it was a kind of very beginning of the enterprise community movement in Japan. So I think I kind of moving forward with the DevRel or developer advocate, even though there is no DevRel or developer advocate award at the time, but I have succeeded to work with the development community for the new project. So during time, I don't want to talk many things about today, but there's two things I'd like to emphasize on in working with the developers, especially if we want to get the heart and mind of developers. First thing is listen, and then associates. I think many of the developer advocate or developer people came from the marketing area, and we tend to promote our product first, or we tend to tell a story about our story first. But I think sometimes it might be good, but I think it is better to first listen the developers, hear from developers what they are trying to make. And this is very important. And in my experience, these works very well with the community, because most of the developer has idea. So they have many things they want to implement by using software or tool to make their idea to real. So most of the case, I succeed to have better developers with the project is people who are with the developers has a passion or dreams or many things to implement. So the important point is listen and understanding them. And the important thing is listen and understanding what they are trying to do and what kind of area their technology is. So you need to understand the developers. You don't have to put your product or marketing first. You need to listen and understanding developers, people. So that's the I think first thing you need to do. Then, if you understand what the developer wants to do, then it's very, very easy. So associates. There are two things to associate. One is the product or your solution or anything about your company that makes company benefit. And also the people or we say community. So with these two things, you can accelerate the idea of developers. Let me talk about the first one, the product. To connect with your developer's idea with your product, you need to have something like a sample code or demonstration or blogs or social media. So sample code is very important. So as in the first example, people want to create a great multimedia software. People don't care about the instruction or technology. But if you can show the sample code that the developer's code work better with your product, in my case, MMX technology, there's no reason they don't use their sample code. So it is obvious that you need sample code, or at least demonstration that makes developers' product so good and real and fast. And also, you need to show more. You need to reach these fact, sample code, and demonstration to the audience. So you need to write a blog. Maybe you need to broadcast your idea to the social media. Sometimes you need more technical in code and demonstration. You may need to contact your engineer inside your company to have more sample code and demo. It is also another technique to increase their motivation. But you also need to put your effort understanding the technology. And first, if possible, I recommend you to write some code, or at least write some demo, or do some of the workshop, and then I think you will going to have a more complex colleagues who can cooperate with you and in the company. So so that's the product. And also, if you succeed to engage developers with your product, and then you also need to connect with the people. So in the world, there are so many people doing similar things, and also the sometimes developer going to go to the very narrow mind and go to the laboratory and study only one thing. And I think it is not good. So you can make that situation much better by connecting people. So one thing I'm always doing is that create a community, organize a community, invite developers and talk and share idea. As I said, developers have many things they want to talk in front of the people to share their idea. So I think it's very good to organize community, or sometimes working with other developer advocates to organize community. And these are very important things. So there's two things. One is associate with your product by using sample code, demo, blogs, and social media. And second is the connect people by organizing community. I said before, first of the thing is you listen. Sometimes it doesn't work because the developers are very shy. They're kind of protected, or they want to talk about more thing about me. So you need to create an atmosphere, and also you need to give a right question that make the developer to talk more about their idea and product. Okay, so please keep in mind. And also, it's very difficult situation because under COVID-19, so it is very difficult to have a community offline event in the community. However, it is a good chance to connect with the other people in the another world. As you can
So
see,
to interrupt, so you already have 4 minutes left. So just please,
okay.
keep in your
I'm
mind.
finishing soon. Very
Thanks.
okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so you have a chance to connect with the people around the world. So I'd like to say, listen to developers and associate with your product or community and enhance their product and enhance their idea for the better life. For this message is for developer advocate people here today. But however, I'd like to give message to specific one person. That's me. Over 20 years ago, when I was started to do work with the developers, I just want to say that you're doing the right thing. Developers, working with the developers is very important and continue to do become a very important thing. So please work with the developers and create a wonderful world together. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much for your talk, Osama-san. So, we already we still
sorry.
have a few minutes.
I mean, I think I waste my time.
So we still have 2 minutes left. So if you want to say some comments, or if you, if you want to keep saying something, go ahead.
As I said, DevRel and developer advocate is a very important job. Some people worried about their future, but don't worry. I have done more than 20 years, and DevRel and developer advocate is more important in the future. Please believe in yourself and continue to work with them. That's my message.
Thank you so much. So we would like to switch the next session.
Again, thank you again for this wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. So the next speaker, I would like to invite the next speaker.
Yes.
Seigo Tanaka.
Hi.
Seigo-san. Hi. Hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Good. I like your sticker on your shirt. I like your sticker on your shirt. Your sticker on your shirt. You put the sticker for DevRel.
Sticker. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Sticker. Yeah. Yes.
That looks cool.
Yes.
Yeah, we produced some stickers for this conference. So
yes.
Yeah. So can you share your screen?
Okay. Now share. Please wait. Yep. Now sharing presentation. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So
okay, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next speaker, Seigo Tanaka.
Yeah.
And over to you, Seigo-san.
Yes. My turn. Okay, let's go. Yes. I talk about the possibilities of online DevRel, the online positive changing chips as an external evangelist. I will share my presentation. Please enjoy my talk. Okay, I introduce myself briefly. I'm Seigo Tanaka. Company name is One Foot Seabus, and self-employed freelance engineer. I have been worked front engineer since 2004 and made interactive content using Adobe Flash. Recently, I'm based on front-end technology. I'm going to be related to information and user interface gradually. For example, IoT, Internet of Things, mixed reality, and AI. They can collaborate. A nice collaboration. Data visualization like this front-end technology. And additionally, I got award IBM Champion and Microsoft MVP and Microsoft MVP category Windows development. These days, I'm involved in DevRel to make connection with outside. Yes, I'm going to talk points like this. 2 points. First, online spice up variables technologies. Second, online changes tech community meetup approaches. Let's go. First, online presentation and hands-on material have surely changing, and we can catch a future aspect. For example, IoT hands-on lecture and VR presentation in offline. In this case, they are so effective, and I love real-time presentation. It's so nice. It's nice points. They physical and visual mix demonstration was easy to understand. Attendees catch a physical action and visual presentation. So nice collaboration, I think. And in other case, in offline or online, IoT hands-on lecture and VR presentation, it's a little difficult. I can't use physical approaches, a visual approach only. Yes. I'm thinking positively and hard. I'm the IoT developer. I think in the IoT developer aspect, I made a new online IoT hands-on lecture like this. Remote sharing sensing data approach. Like this picture, the IoT hobby device is organized, put in a temperature sensor, a degree, my room temperature, and this data can share text chat like this. Having a webhook text chat through Discord and Slack and so on. It's a data sharing. Like this organized device is. Yes, I love IoT and I love IoT devices. Yes, like this hands-on, and each attendee is measuring data gathered to chat to webhook for data visualization. Yes, attendees put in a temperature sensor and send to Discord chat tool. They can know each other temperature data. Yes, this picture, this just Discord capture and gathering temperature data. They can know each other environment and they know IoT benefit. Yes, I could highlight the remote aspect of IoT. Yes, in offline case, IoT hands-on tend to focus on nearby connection and physical demonstration, but IoT other nice aspect is remote. Online highlight IoT remote aspect. And next, in the virtual reality DevRel aspect, I could act also real-time presentation using HoloLens 2 VR device in screen sharing successfully. VR device view demonstration is difficult in online, also IoT also. Video meeting view like this, Zoom and Google Meet is user view sharing only. Yes, it tends to be flat impression. Yes, HoloLens view, user view is so nice, but it's need other aspect, physical, but like this, I said flat. It is user view on sharing only. Yes, I'm thinking positively. I'm thinking positively. I made a solution, prototyping. I add physical action view in presentation. It's improved to understand. For example, this picture, I took the Adobe XD User Festival 2020. Adobe XD design prototyping tools can prototyping preview in browser, and HoloLens have three real world three browser, and Adobe XD prototyping can display HoloLens view and real world view. But this picture and the main view is HoloLens view only. But right bottom view is physical view I added. So attendees feel amazing and can understand user action and user site view. Yes. For example, this use case, my room architecture. Yes, my desk is main presentation, and this camera and second camera, it's can look my HoloLens 2 operation. And video architecture, yes, of course, a little complex, and I would like to catch better understanding each other. For example, it's a 8 Mini Pro video mixer summarize human action view and mix the HoloLens Miracast received user view and input camera and can PC view display to a view, a user view and physical view and presentation. Okay, and now I would like to demonstration if I have an available time. Today demo is a casual, yes, a hamburger 3D demonstration and HoloLens operation. I will eat. Okay, and now I finish sharing. I pause sharing. Okay. Okay, and now is I put out headphone. Okay, and I wear a HoloLens. Okay, and now is main camera. My user my view. Main view, and I change now stream yard third and HoloLens view, and yes, user action. Okay, I changed. Okay, let's try. Yes, and now is the presentation view, the main view, and bright bottom is user action view like this. Okay, you can look the HoloLens view. There are very many browser and 3D view. Okay, and for example, this hamburger is 3D animation. Okay, it can touch and don't move or and I can moving. Okay, and next let's play hamburger. Okay. Okay, now loading. Okay. Oh, that's nice, great. And okay, nice architecture. Okay, start. And last, and this dog is so nice. And let's quick. Okay, it's chewing gum, eating. Here, expanding like this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I return seat. Okay. Okay, I success in my presentation. Okay, and I return. Okay, my main camera. Okay, I put out my lens and I wear again my headphone. Okay, I return my presentation. Okay, let's share again. Presentation one. Okay. Okay. Thank you for looking demonstration. Yes, like this presentation, mixing physical action view and user view way is better than user view only, and I believe it's nice point that this way can show new VR experience to global. And next, online tech community meetup operation so also have changing, and we can reach various attempt using tool and skill and communication. In online meetup room aspect, I need to talk in offline meetup. I'm freelance and I'm a lot of nice level of connection, but I handle to find always the place of meetup event hard passionately in offline. But I had nice point online. Online meetup room like Zoom and Meet can make quickly. I got this pro account immediately. I has become easier to think about the structure of meetup. It's nice point. So arrange this on account preparation for trying various online events type, such as just online meetup and casual online study room and hands-on. Linking more strongly local attendees, communicating global attendees, and collaborating with DevRel folks, I focus on brush up point in online especially. Like this event, Node.con Tokyo 2020, I held the lead of this organizer with AMSO members. It's so nice. It's held in October 10th. It's digital event. Zoom and YouTube Live can make conference. Of course, it's supported from great broadcast staff operations. Thank you. And keynote so nice and crossing local and global. Yes, a Japanese presentation and so nice light picture and global Node-RED main contributor, main developer Nick. So nice presentation. And speaker gathered from local and global also. Yes, also attendees come from global. It's an online benefit. We act to navigate for global communication on SN, social media. Yes, we prepared initially in Japanese only, and I'm thinking we're thinking positively about global. We added English suite positively, or its event or navigation like this. Yes, all attended speakers, organizers, and be very enjoyed. It's like this picture, all main organizer member picture, smile so nice. This time, it's amazing aspect. I got online difficult point. Online tool can easy to assign duplicate key responsibles, such as main facilitator and live broadcast staff. It can mix. For example, this event, online presentation hack LT, of course, we enjoy this event and we can share online presentation knowledge and hack knowledge. And I try 3 roles such as main facilitator and live broadcast staff and speaker. It's 3 roles. Yes, Zoom video meeting tool able like this so amazing. It can okay this 3 role. Is a little hard point, but enable more simple event holdings. I think it's so nice event. And I thinking. Avoiding duplicate responsive like this is another good aspect. Let's update online event management. Yes, simple, small, and duplicated role. Yeah, it is okay. And also, let's split each other role. It's okay. Let's update. I influence each other from DevRel folks such as IBM Champion and Microsoft MVP and so on. It's so nice opportunity just now. For example, this event, IBM User Group Conference Online, it's so nice event. I was involved in the first day of keynote, online moderator and Zoom distribution and recording at this event. And I passionately build relationship with developer and DevRel folks. It's so nice opportunity. DevRel folks keep on sharing online knowledge day by day. It's so nice, effective for me and for yours. Yes, a nice brush up video contents thinking and comparing. So a lot of knowledge. It's so nice. And we can exceed the actual distance online. It's easy to discuss from several each other place and get meeting time. Conclusion. Yes, I talk a lot of possibility. Online DevRel has a lot of challenge point, so very enjoyable, and I can get possibilities. And I talk. I need to talk as at last. We don't know the exact future. Maybe I think hybrid meetup in near future. For example, offline and online hybrid. I believe the spice up offline up online experience more. I will challenge and you too. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose Ego-san.
Yeah.
I really liked your demo.
Thank you. I
Excellent.
can demonstrate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, I found the tweets that your VR demo is amazing.
Yes, I'm think so amazing. It's HoloLens 2 main power. Yes. Thank you.
And your performance as well. Really like it.
Thank you. Yes. I think visual action so effective also in online also I think yes.
So we got some questions from the audience.
Okay.
So I would like to ask you.
Fine.
So how do we overcome the challenges that we are facing for online like events or campaigns from the perspective of your external advocate, like external developer advocacy? Yeah. How do we overcome?
How to
How do we overcome the challenges? なんかどうやって乗り越えたらいいかなっていう今。
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for Japanese. Thank you in Japanese. Okay. Yes. I think yes. My challenge spirit is so important, but I think the detail of this challenge. For example, let's keeping prototyping exercise about many technologies. I think, for example, Web API and future like this technologies. And for example, yes, near web service. Yes, it's my conflict, but it's expand thinking and can collaborate. I think, but it's like prototyping. I think prototyping, keeping prototyping. I think, yes. And I think. Thank you. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And I think other aspect and communicate other DevRel folks. I think yes, my thinking is just small, but collaborate and communicate to DevRel folks is so nice. I summarize that I communicate other passionate person, and let's keep on exercise about my creativity and technology trying. I think.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So like keep building prototyping, also communicating with.
Yes.
Yeah, communicating with each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much. So is there any questions? Yeah. Were there any comments that you want to say? So it's time to switch the next session. Hello. You okay?
Sorry. Okay.
I thought you left suddenly.
I'm doing okay. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you're okay.
Okay.
So any comments that
Yeah.
you'd like to say for the audience? You would like to say something for the audience?
For the audience, okay. Thank you for listening. And yes, today trying my experience only. But if you feel nice point, let's try prototyping about the technology collaboration and using passionate communication. Let's try. I think. Yes. Thank you.
So you are building something new for the prototyping?
You are
building something new?
Something new? Yes, recently. Yes. Yes, for example, I focus on yes, just IoT prototyping because yes, I said today presentation. I said remote benefit. I saw so nice. Yes, we and people can keep on don't go other place. It's so difficult just now. But remote benefit help. Help about it. So I check again IoT benefit with other collaboration like this VR visualization. For example, I check again front end technology and other aspect and yes, the physical sensing. Data visualization, for example, no touch body temperature sensing. For example, yes, AI realizing AI mask checking. Yes, I curious about it, and in private, for me, I'm private, but I check again, make prototyping like this use case. It's so nice, and yes, just now like this situation, but I feel positive from it because very it has nice a lot of hint in social, I think. Yes.
Sounds cool. So how do you
Yes.
come up with the idea? So you are
Yeah.
checking with social media and
Yeah.
how do you come up with the cool idea?
Thank you. Thank you. I keep on trying gradually. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. We still have a few minutes left.
Okay.
I would like to say some comment from the audience. So thanks, Seigo-san, very insightful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, insight. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm happy about this comment. Yes, but this presentation also my challenge, but and I happy to convey my prototyping opinion. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So,
Me too.
Perhaps we will switch to the next session to welcome
Okay.
next speaker.
Okay.
Again, thank you so much for joining us today, and hope you enjoyed the conference as well.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Leave, okay.
You can. Yeah, you can leave also. You can watch as well. But All right. So it's time to switch the next session. We would like to welcome Annie. Hello.
Hi there. Nice to be here.
How are you?
Very good. Hi. Thank you.
Maybe MC is gonna be switched to Atsushi.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for attending, Annie. So, could you see my voice? Could you hear my voice?
I could hear you, Atsuji. Hi.
Hi. Hi. So, sorry, my camera is something wrong. So, but we go looking forward to the your sessions, and I think already we are talking in interviews, and I know you have a great career as of developer relations, and your story is very great to combine the sales and marketing and developer relations. It's very interesting story, I think. So, and I will add, please, could you sharing a screen right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, you can see my screen.
Okay, just a moment. Okay. So Okay, I removed from stage and let's get started your story.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Annie Matthew, looking after APAC Developer Relations at Microsoft. Today, I'm very excited to talk to you about a topic that has been close to my heart for some time now, this elusive bridge between developer relations and sales. Ultimately, it boils down to developers and business. 3 people are hired every minute on LinkedIn. Well, that's the good news. Software developer jobs are growing again. But the top skills that companies want are changing. And that is a reflection of the different times that we live in now. The jury is still out on whether it's a recession or not a recession, but the world around us is very recession-like. Think of recession as a sharp curve on an auto racetrack. What does the driver do? He does not stop the car completely when he reaches that sharp curve. He decelerates, reaches a turning point, and kind of changes the direction to make sure that he crosses the apex, then turns direction again and accelerates to get to the outside apex. And then he goes from there. It's a very calculated move. Now, economists have been studying organizations and organization performances during recession and after recession. And they see a clear split between organizations which are winners and the others that they call losers. Well, the winners start with the end in mind. That's a big difference that they understood. That they're able to gauge that there is this sharp curve, they need to decelerate, but they also know they need to invest in some right things. In today's context, it's companies needing to know which customer segments to target. What's the new value proposition for our consumers because their behaviors have changed? And what are the digital technologies I need to invest in today to transform the business, which would give me that 14% of growth? Karl Popper is known as an information philosopher from the 20th century. He wrote a delightful essay on clouds and clocks. He talks about almost all systems lying somewhere in between these two extremes. If you want to understand a clock, you can break open a clock, then put it back together and know precisely how that clock works. Whereas if you look at clouds, you cannot break open a cloud literally, but that's an emergent system. Emergent system in the sense that different elements interact with each other and create value. Now, if you look at digital transformation, it's truly an emergent system. We were talking about organizations and how they are facing changes in the current scenario. That means we need to take a closer look at the emergent forces and industries, and let's look at retail. So the big picture, safe and efficient stores, data demand planning, supply chain has completely changed. So you need agile, resilient, and suddenly supply chains need to be online rather than physical. All of those changes, including the big one, the BOPIS and BOPAC, which is buy online, pick up in store, or buy online, pick up at counter. Those suddenly became the really emergent stuff. But underneath that, what this industry, what a company in this industry or an organization or a developer sitting inside this industry needs to look at is the whole AI revolution that needs to happen to unlock data insights from silos and intelligent systems and reimagining their stores entirely. So the culture of innovation, as Microsoft sees it, is the synergy between these 4 forces or 4 dimensions. People, process, and technology we are familiar with from DevOps. Well, data is a new part that becomes an inherent source of differentiation and the driver of transformation. So who is sitting across all of this and just who can drive this innovation? This is to developers. If you accelerate developer velocity, you will lead the organization to outperform the market. It's almost like a point in time, an inflection point, if you will, where developers suddenly are at the heart of everything. This is a thought leadership we did with McKinsey, and we looked at what is developer velocity index, and it sits between three pillars: technology, working practices, and organizational enablement. And it drives 4 to 5x higher revenue growth, 55% higher innovation if you have high developer velocity. Now it's interesting how the developer is sitting at the center of all this. Let us see some practical use cases and what I have seen of how developers respond to the situation. Philippines is not far from where I sit. I am in Malaysia. It's an archipelago of more than 3,800 islands. Well, on March 7th, the Philippines Prime Minister declared code red, shoot at sight orders. On April 3rd, the Rapid Pass Philippines was launched. What happened in this short time is a very interesting story of how will, leadership, and synergy came together. I met Vincent Damarillo about 7 to 8 months before March at Cagayan de Oro, a small island in Philippines. He's a founder of DevCon, which has about 500, 600 developers or more, I think. So, well, he put out a call on March 16th, an open call on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere you could find, saying that calling for developers to come join this volunteer army, which is going to create the most critical apps for Philippines. He got 1,093 volunteers. I saw this call on LinkedIn, reached out to Winston and said, hey, this is phenomenal what you're doing. How can we help? And he said, we need all the help we can get. Come on board. He reached out to the government and said, hey, I'm putting this developer team together. We want to solve the problem for you. So they put together 46 teams. They worked 90 days and developed 4 critical apps. One was this this Rapid Pass, which was for frontline workers to quickly pass through without contact and very quickly pass through traffic gates. There was COVID Trace. There was something around small, medium businesses coming back to business and things like that. So this inspired me terribly, how you can lead, but it was not just about creating apps, remember? It was about connecting the dots between community, government, private players like Microsoft, and creating synergy there to deliver value. Another one from the retail segment is ASOS. This is a US organization. You might be buying from this. So when COVID, the pandemic hit and their entire retail servicing changed, they were very quickly able to come out with a See My Fit application, which is a virtual reality application where you can try on the clothes that you select, upload your picture, try on the clothes and see how it fits you, and then make the purchase. And that would actually be hugely beneficial for ASOS as well, not only for the consumer, because one, the consumer is super happy that they can see and then buy. And for ASOS, there were less recalls because people buy and then say, oh, it doesn't fit me well, and send it back. So it was amazing for both of them. How did they suddenly come up with that? So Tim Carey, the senior content manager, actually says that we were fortunate enough to have been experimenting with AR technology for a while. And that meant when this hit, we could suddenly scale this technology up at short notice. Rapid experimentation. That is something, that's a skill that is required today. Flip to the other side of the world. This is India and my home country. Myntra is a huge fashion retail, online fashion retail e-commerce. And Amar Nagaram, the CEO of Myntra, mind you, not the CTO is talking about that. The CEO is talking about how the data that they learned from was about 6 to 7 times more than pre-COVID. And just in time before pre-COVID, that Azure had enabled them to scale up overnight. They used Azure machine learning, gave the right kind of levers to expedite their learnings. So they could respond rapidly because they had already invested in technology. And they were actually already invested in technology that would help them solve complex business problems. And that's going to be a phenomenon now. It's not about simple, it's more complex than before because of the massive shift in consumer behavior. So developers are facing this. Don't just write code, solve problems. Well, don't just write code, solve the right problems. And look at the developer sitting within that organization. Ultimately, as developer relations, our job is to make sure that the developer is successful. So it's important that we look at the developer sitting in the context of a whole business where he is. It could be big, it could be small, it could be freelancing, whatever it is. But if there's an environment around the developer and there are certain things that will make the developer successful. And if you are interested in making the developer successful, then we have to look at these things. So the business is talking about, I have some critical business needs now, and I need massive insights immediately. I need to know what it means. Okay, consumer behaviors has changed, fine, but what does it mean for my business? From which areas should I remove my stores? What products are needed? Myntra started, as I just mentioned, Myntra started putting out a new season of clothes every week, as opposed to a spring season and a winter season. Is that where retail is going? And is that an A/B testing they're doing? So they need insights. And then, of course, there's this legacy projects, and I suddenly know that there's no way out of this unless I digitally transform, and cloud is essential. So what legacy projects do I keep? What transformation projects? So there's a whole lot of quick and urgent thinking on the business side. The developer on the other side is thinking about, okay, I understand that there are changes now. How do I prioritize? I need more resources. I need new skills today because now I need to learn, maybe I need to create a bot for this. I need to learn cognitive technologies. I need to do some ML, or I need to hire talent to do ML. I need to do some quick ideas and experimentation. Much like what the earlier speaker, Sigo-san, was talking about, rapid prototyping. So the interesting thing inside the organization is that if the developer knows the business intent, then they are able to prioritize their projects. Am I working on a project that is okay to deliver in 12 months' time? Should I be picking up another project that is a critical business need right now and give some insights right away? So those kind of conversations and what skills do I need comes from business intent. And on the other side, the business is saying, okay, I know I need to digitally transform. I need bot, but what is my developer capability? Can they do this? Can they not do this? And how is this going to help? How are they going to help each other? In that scenario, look at sellers from our organization. There are sellers and there are us developer relations. We are working closely with the developer. The sellers are working closely with the business. They know that better. Now, the sellers in this new scenario where developers are in the driving seat of transformation need to very quickly start understanding the developer. And that's a no-brainer. Whether the sellers know that or not, the products that are brought by the business is going to be very much determined by what the developer needs to meet the critical business needs. And that is where the gap is, because the sellers are almost like a different planet or say a different country, and they don't know how to talk to developers, and developers do not like sales talk. They do not like being marketed to. They are a different set of people. They just want the best tools and the best insights and the best view to kind of deliver the best they can. Now, what's stopping these sales guys? It's a traditional adoption funnel that they are thinking of. Awareness, consideration, then there's a decision, and there's deploy and use. That's not there any longer in this whole world of technology adoption. But the funnel is broken. So if you look at the awareness piece, yes, there is awareness, consideration, decision, but that just brings them to an idea that, okay, I need to get more cognitive technology capability. Yes, I may want to do a bot later, but that doesn't mean that they're just going to go and do a POC or a trial now. They want to get deeper into it, which brings it to an other layer of awareness, consideration, decision. So this is where the funnel is really broken. And the sales doesn't know how to bridge that gap. And developer relation knows the whole developer ethos well and can make that connect with sellers. How do you do that? Well, this is El Marcos, the shortest bridge between Spain and Portugal. I was looking for international bridges and came up on El Marco. I think we need to build El Marco between our sales organizations and the developer organizations. How do you do that? But to begin with, we need to meet the sales folks at a point, talk about our common agendas, and create safe spaces for them to meet developers. They do not know very well how to talk to developers or meet developers, and developers benefit because the salespeople, once they make the sales win, they'll get their tool. So developers will benefit, but there is this gap. So it's up to us, the developer relations team, to make safe spaces, and that means maybe when they come to a developer meetup or come to a hackathon, create a space of conversation between the business need and technology. That's a sweet spot where they can meet. Processes for engagement. There needs to be clear process for when seller can reach out to us for introduction to developers within the organization, or we, when we think the time is right to introduce a certain dev team to the seller, we need a process to do that engagement. So wherever you are in your maturity on this, within your organization, you have to think about the processes. As you think about processes, set boundaries, because the DevRel sometimes sits under marketing, sometimes it sits under sales, but you do not want to lose our superpowers. We really have superpowers. And if we should not lose our superpowers, then we should not be bound to sales metrics. Neither are we entirely on the marketing metrics. And so we need our boundaries very nicely set. And that means communication upward, making senior leadership understand the superpowers we have and hence the special value we bring, etc. And of course, metrics that matter, relatable insights. Sellers should have developer KPIs, if you ask me, and things like that. So that's one way to do this. So let's do less of this, where either we are fighting or we are indifferent of each other. And let's do more of this. This is Mel Gibson and his partner. And you know how they were very different personalities in that movie and made the biggest breakthroughs by joining forces. And we can. Sellers and developer relations have a common agenda. And that's what we need to somehow garner. Satya talks very beautifully about his primary job being curating the culture. So all of this comes together. Fluidity of network, growth mindset, rapid experimentation, speed, there's a bunch of things here. But it's entirely about cultural shift, creating that cultural synergy between sellers and developer relations, if you will, in our process. So my call to you is to trust yourself and take a seat at the table and start having that conversation with sellers, with developers, bring them together and unlock a lot of potential in the meantime. So start building that bridge today.
Thank you so much. So we have one question right now. So you said, for example, the Philippines case. So you said 1,000 over people gathering together to resolve the problem. How to communicate each other and synchronize information on the 10,000 more people. It's a lot.
Right. and this is a question I asked Winston at the beginning: how are you going to manage this? And then there was some part we could help. He started off with a Slack group, and then broke them into teams, and very quickly figured that, and every night 4 hours there were these Slack meetings, and very quickly figured that this was not going to solve the problem. And we introduced them to GitHub, and then they started working with GitHub, and they used DevOps, and that is how they got structure very quickly into that, and started, each of those different teams started working together, and then they had this Slack call still happened, because that's a face-to-face, a quick Scrum meetings and all of that happens there. But definitely tooling helped.
I see. And I have some questions. So sales team and developer team have to know each other, and they are not enemies. So we have to looking for the company's goals. But in the Microsoft has changed in the CEO, and Microsoft changed their mind very quickly. So, but most of companies doesn't change CEO or executive. So how to change their mind casually or gradually?
Right. So it was not quickly with Microsoft either. I think, yeah, I think it took about 3 years or from the time Satya came in. But he quickly identified that culture is something that was his top priority and had to shift. And I'm not saying that at Microsoft sellers and developer relations are like this. We're not. It's a journey, and we are on that journey. So where do you get started? So from my experience, where we got started was initially to create those safe spaces for sellers so they can see what's happening with developers, meet developers, and talk to them. And that we can easily do. When we have a meetup where you have a bunch of, say the topic is around DevOps, and if the sellers are not meeting the developers, they're not coming to these meetups, definitely they are not going to understand this whole ethos, and they'll always be scared of developers. So our first start was creating a pool of, called for a volunteer army of technical sellers, and said, hey, the value prop is that you need to know your customer. Your end user are developers. They're coming to these community meetups, and they're talking about things different from what you are talking to that organization. These meetups are a great place for you to come and learn. So I would invite them. So I think we got massive response initially, because it's interesting that technical sellers want to do this. They never had an opportunity to do this. So at least 40 odd kind of signed up in the first week itself. And then we kind of allocated them and then worked with them. We created a small teams group. And then whenever we had opportunities for people to speak at community meetups, we would bring them over, but tell them very clearly that don't do your sales pitch or your marketing pitch here. Talk to them from your heart. Talk about the value that product brings and what you saw in other customers. So they're constantly, developers and communities are looking for, what am I missing? Is there something I have missed and somebody else is doing better? I want to improve. So their stories from other customers are great value prop for communities. So creating those safe spaces in communities and then within customers as well was a great way. And once this started, they started calling us to come meet some developers. Or when we met a group of developers, we would invite them. So that's how we started.
I see. It's very interesting stories. And oh, yeah, it's a time. So thank you, Annie. Thank you for sharing your great experiences. And it's very interesting for me and other participants, so other speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we will start the next session at our 4 minutes later. Please wait a little minute. Thank you.
I can feel you. I see you. All that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. I see you. For a moment, even hoping I can feel you. I see you. All that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer. Heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going. All we got are feelings amplified. Sing to the morning. Countless hours spending by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring. Seeing all the truth behind your eyes.
このタイミングで選ぶ。はいはい。おや。おや。しかもそれが間違ってたら面白いですけどね。みんなに嘘ばらまいて混乱に巻き起こす。 URL にやってくださいよ。ダイレクトメッセージです。テンションつければ見えないです。あ、切れた。ペンが落ちた。どうやってやるの？M が戻ってこない。ダッシュになってんだ。お、来たか来たか。あ、また消えた。怖すぎるだろう。Hi, thank you for watching DevRel Asia 2020, Asia1 track. So now next session coming from now Hemchander. Welcome Hemchander. I can see your webcam right now. Can you turn? Okay, great. It's perfect. Okay, and can you hear me? Oh, it's muted, maybe. You are muted right now.
Oh, hi, Atsushi.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Hi there. Yeah, doing good. Sorry, I was
Oh,
on mute.
great. Okay. So it's very interesting story about yours. So many developer relations workers concerned about the tool to what type of tool is great, so what type of tool is useful. So it's a very good content, I think.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
okay, so let's start your talk, please.
Sure. So just a second. All right, let's get started. I hope I'm audible. And let's quickly see how tools can empower developer relations team. And in this talk, it's going to be much of a story, especially our experience trying to find different tools which would work for our situation, and how we leverage that to automate a lot of tasks. And it's a complete story on its own. So you'll see how it worked out in this story. Now, I would like to introduce myself. So myself, Hemchandar, part of the developer relations team at Freshworks, and I like working with developers. I'm heavily involved in developer advocacy efforts, making sure the features that we roll out from the platform are DX friendly. And I'm also heavily involved in community and support process for developers. Now, that being said, let's get started without much delay. And as you can see on my screen, developer relations tooling is something which is pretty much debated about it. It's also a very interesting topic to discuss, because there are a lot of options in the market, and there are a lot of opinions. And I personally believe that it's up to one's own experimentation and trial and error sort of thing. And so the content on this slide is not something which is like, hey, you should do it and this is the right thing, or any sort of thing like that. It's something which is based on experimentations that we did. So maybe and a version of this might fit for you, or you'll be able to find a much better version. So that being said, let's dive into the presentation. All right, so being DevRel is absolutely fun and adventurous. Now, it's an amazing role, right? That we can help developers, and then it's also pivotal to the growth of the product and also the platform. It has a lot of different responsibilities. And if DevRel is doing their job right, the community will also be healthy and in a very good position. Now, that is the fun part of the role, right? However, we should be mindful of the other parts. Now, with one single responsibility, of course, it will be much fun. Community is cool and all that. And of course, yeah, we'll have other responsibilities as well, like for example the documentation and keeping it updated and making it developer friendly for our developers. Now, that is another interesting part. And then comes the other parts, which is the events and the enablement tracks, which are also very important for DevRel, right? But we should be very careful here. There's like a lot of responsibilities which can suddenly get overwhelming at some point, and it's very important to keep track of these things. Now, as you can see here, my friend, and that's me actually. So there are like a lot of responsibilities which DevRels must take care. And as a DevRel, it's very important to manage these within the given timeline as well. So that is a fun part, and also a part that we should take care of. Now, as I said earlier, DevRel is also a multifaceted role. So it's not a single responsibility per se. There is also another dimension to it, and it's very important that we address that. And not only that, we should be able to take care of the time, and we should also be able to use our energy gracefully. Now, that is an important point. So if we are already burdened with different tasks that we have on our hand, then it might be very tough to spend time with developers. It will become very much tough to become empathetic, or it will also become very tough to communicate and understand other developers. That's a situation that we should try to avoid. The reason being, the other parts of the role can be automated to a certain extent. Not all of that has to be done by ourselves, and that is why tools come into the picture. And like any other superheroes, we can amplify our strengths with tools. So we don't have to worry about doing all these tasks by ourselves. Now, some of these tasks, not all of them, like some of these tasks can be easily offloaded to tools, which can do a much better job at that stage. Now, as you can see, tools are important And before we start using them, now this is like a prerequisite that comes before the usage. Now, before we start using them, it's very important to ask, why. And it's also important to know how, we are going to use them in the future or with our initiatives. Now, these are the two dimensions that we should carefully consider before we even start using these tools. And why is that? So let's see. Here is a conversation between me and myself, and it'll tell you why. So it's very natural for us to say or adopt that a particular tool because of the cool factor and because of the FOMO that's going on, right? So there's a lot of cool stuff about a particular tool, and it comes with its own bells and whistles. We don't want to miss the good stuff, and hey, we directly jump onto the tool. This does not happen much often, but then there are chances that it might happen instinctively. So that's also a possibility. Now, when such situation arises, I ask the question, why? Now, this is a question which is very much encouraged within our team to ask. Now, asking why is very important because it's going to lead to some interesting deep thinking, on solving that particular challenge. Now, the kind of challenge that we have, we'll also see in the stories, in the upcoming stories, they require understanding the big picture. Solving one particular problem, looking at it very closely, would actually be counterproductive because we might lose a big picture very quickly. So asking why is very important because it encourages deep thinking. We might even come up with a very interesting solution that we haven't even imagined. Now, that is also important. And it also helps us from getting lost into productivity traps. Now, productivity traps, what are they? So productivity traps are a very simple concept. Like I may be doing something which to me is very productive, which to me is solving an important challenge, but is it efficient is a question that I should be asking myself. So we'll see why it is important, because I might be solving a particular problem in one direction. However, the challenge might be in another direction that needs a different level of thinking. And asking why gives us the right opportunity to retrospect and then frame the challenge the right way. We will see how we asked the question why and reframed our support challenge that we had. And we'll also see a couple of instances along the way. So now that being said, it also helps us understand the value proposition for the tool. So once we understand the benefits, we can easily invest them into communication, being empathetic to developers, and other parts as well. Now, as Sam Altman has said, it doesn't matter how fast you go if it's in a different direction or if it's a worthless direction. Now, that's a reason why it's important to ask why and frame the challenge very clearly. Now, that being said, here comes the part of figuring how we do things. Asking why gives us the purpose, and asking or figuring out how is also an important part right next to asking why, because how deals with hypothesis and experiments, which doesn't always have to start with a tool. You don't have to necessarily start with a tool to understand its benefits and its problem solving ability, right? The question of asking why is important, and so is figuring out the experiments and the process that needs to be adopted in order to pick the right tool. Now, without the right how or the right why, we'll be involved in a huge decision fatigue, which will take a lot of time to crawl back. So why take the chance? So that's why how is important, and it's also a fun process in figuring out the tooling aspect. Now, how do I go up? Let's say I want to go up, and let's say I'm thinking of the ways to go up. There are like multiple ways. Like there is like option A, option B, option C, and option D. Of course, each one has its own benefits and its own methodology. Now, which approach suits best is something which I can find only by having certain hypotheses, validating them through experiments, and then studying the results. Now, as you can see here, one of these methods is perfectly right for me to go up, and as we already saw here, figuring out how also has these benefits, similar to how asking why has certain benefits. Now, it's also very simple. We just construct hypothesis based on, we just construct experiments based on the hypothesis that we have. It's just, we say, hey, if we do this, approach, if we take this approach, it might solve the challenge much more efficiently if it were, approach Y, Z, or something like that. Now, it also helps in data-driven decision making, because as and when we experiment, we are going to get a lot of data, right? And this data is important in order for us to make proper decisions. As I said earlier, the developer relations tooling market is a bit fragmented. However, there's always a tool which can cater your need. It's a matter of figuring out how to put them together and leveraging them properly. Now, it also helps us arrive on a process. So that is something which is very important, because a tool is only as effective as the underlying process. Now, if we haven't figured out the process, we are going to go in circles and circles. All right. Now, this is a solid foundation that we need. It's just asking why, and then making sure how these things are done. All right. It might sound simple. And one other important point to note here at this stage, even though it's simple, is that whatever tool that we find should be efficient enough to be used in such a way that our work can seamlessly be fit with that. Now, we don't want to pick a tool and change our entire workflow just for that. We want to make sure our tool fits the workflow that we have, and that is very important. So, how does it matter? Now, all of that we discussed now, all of the things that we just saw right now, including, let's say, asking why and figuring out how. So how does it matter? It matters because as DevRels, we think, the technical skills that we have and, the array skills or our ability to manage deadlines is something which is very important. But the real importance that we consider the DevRel landscape and also by the professionals in this industry is actually these three skills. Actually, you would be able to find them in the State of Developer Relations Report 2020. So as you can clearly see here, empathy, communication, and creativity are some of the key skills that are expected out of a developer relations professional. Now, having a tool helps us save time. And most importantly, this time can be invested in making sure we actually are much more empathetic and making sure we are much more communicative and understanding of the community. And it also helps us nurture creativity. This particular aspect. So creativity is not something which we can just get out of some routine. It has to be something which arises out of chance encounters and serendipity and many other things like that. So in order for these things to happen, we first need time. And in order for us to have some time, we need to figure out the why and how of the tooling aspect. And once we figured out, we are in good shape. Now that we have this part sorted out, we are in a landscape where we can figure out, okay, now this is the problem that I have. This is exactly the set of experiments that I have conducted. And let me try to see which tool fits this structure. Now, it also helps us build a Melton model, which we can use seamlessly. All right. So it's time to get into the story of how we were able to figure out the tooling aspect. And sorry for the loud noise. It's Diwali here, and happy Diwali to you folks. You might hear some noise over there. All right, cool. Now let's get to the story time, where we see how we were able to find the essence of developer relations professionals and programs that we have, and how we were able to use the tools based on the two strategies that we had, asking why and figuring out how. And this is a case that worked out for us. Now, again, a disclaimer here, this may not work for all teams. This is something which worked in our case, and you might feel free to tailor this according to your needs. The fun part is, however, the what tool that we're going to use is variable. It might change over time. However, the thinking process behind why and how are almost going to be constant throughout our life cycle. Cool. Now, well, that's the pizza that you saw in the previous screen. It's Developer Experience Cafe, and as you can see, there are different aspects and ingredients to our developer relations strategy that we have, and most importantly, engagement, enablement, and support are some of the key ingredients that we had. So these ingredients, ultimately define the success of the program as well. So even though we have, other paths in the program, even though we have different, plans in the developer relations program and different initiatives going on, it's very important for us, to have these ingredients figured out in our recipes everywhere, be it documentation, be it support, or be it any activity. This part has to be figured out. Now, these three, we'll see how we were able to adopt the tools according to these three aspects. And let's take engagement, for example, in the first run. So engagement is actually a tricky thing. And especially in COVID, during the COVID, we had an amazing challenge for us. So a lot of what we did had been done during in-person events, and it has been optimized for that. So now engagement cannot be just discarded because it's a cornerstone for some of the key DevRel activities, as you can see, developer acquisition, retention, and awareness. So we cannot, lose it, or we cannot, just leave it up to chance. So we have to be methodical. Now, in-person activities were, largely reliant on whatever human interactions we did, and they were great, like the bank that I hear right now. So it was very great, and it was explosive too. And the problem, however, is during in-person events, we had that advantage. During live sessions, we may not have that advantage of getting the engagement at the same level as before. So we also consider attention span of humans, and also just talking to someone like a monologue for hours is going to only make them sleep. So that's not something that we wanted. So we were very clear about why we need a tool there, because now that the in-person aspect is taken out, we just need to be very careful about the experience, the engagement part. So how did we identify the tools? Now that is the interesting aspect to this as well. So we had a lot of previous events, especially in-person events, which gave the much needed insight and data for it actually gave us a model of the developer personas that we have. So we were able to tell, okay, we have these many personas, and doing this will work, and doing this might not work. So we had this insight which clearly indicated that developers were actually participative. They wanted to take part in the action. They are actually very much eager naturally, and we didn't have to do anything special. So that is something which we clearly knew. And one other thing that is important is the time to value factor. So we don't want to just do something for a very long period of time only to reap a little benefit, right? So we want to do something, and if we do something, and if it gives a lot of value, say, let's say I start with building an app from scratch, and if I can finish that within an hour or so, then it's advantageous, right? And that is why time to value is also important. Now, these two factors are clearly important thing, in engagement, and you will see how. And keeping it fun avoids, the boredom trap. Like, we don't want to push them into boredom, and then we don't want to, discontinue. We don't want to, push them into a territory where it's so boring that they don't want to come back. So we want to be very careful about that. We wanted to make sure, the stuff that we have, the tools that we have are the right tools. So based on the experiments, we clearly knew what we wanted. And now that made it easier for us to identify the tools. So back to the bang. So it's also important to keep the developer on the spotlight. So when they do all the activities, like for example, taking part in taking part in the session live, and helping us in crafting a design challenge, and helping us, making this session live, they actually tend to be much more participative, and then they find it much more fun. So they won't feel bored, and they are more likely to stay with us. So what did we do? Now, as you can see in the previous slide, we actually had different tools, which is Glitch, Excalidraw, and then Code for interactions. So the window that you're looking at right now is that of Glitch. So it provides a live coding experience where our participants can jump in, and then they can work with us during the session. They can code along with us, and then they can also see the app running. Now, they don't have to set up the app. And as you can see in the screen, these are the participants that we had in an event, and they are actually collaborating live. Now, as you remember, because we figured out the part how, basically developers have the natural tendency to participate, it was much more easier. And as you can see, they were eager, and the time to value was also very small. Like, they just got into the app, they started coding, and then they were able to see how it works immediately without the developer setup. Now, that is something cool, right? So similarly with Mentimeter. So it is another tool that we used for boosting the engagement, where participants can collaborate with the session presenter, and they can help them, craft a design challenge. So in this case, that you're seeing in the screen is a live solutioning experiment where participants help the presenter solve a particular design challenge, and then they do it interactively in the form of quiz and then in the form of polls. So that is an interesting part to this interaction piece as well. All right, cool. So let's look at the results. Now, after the event, the retention rates were actually high, and through the event, the retention rate was actually high. People, as you can see, like 96% of the people, they stayed throughout a 2-day event, which is actually impressive. And we also noticed increased participation from those members who actually participated in live coding and other activities, primarily because they felt valued, throughout the process, and they also were recognized for their contributions. Now, those two things were important. And we got it easily out of the data that we had out of the tools. Now, that is one benefit of using those tools. Analytics is already inbuilt, and we don't have to collect these data manually. It can be obtained directly. And as you can see already, in the panel that we saw, the time to value was actually very small. So they didn't have to wait for a very long time to see what this particular app does. They just hopped in, and then they started using it. And as we said earlier, it's not work if it's already fun. So it was more like a gaming session for them, like a multiplayer gaming session, if you will. And it was very easy for them to participate and then be a part of this fun activity. Now, to enable that, it was very important for us to be cognizant of why we are doing it. And then it was also very important on how we are going to do it, based on the trends that we saw before, based on the data that we had, based on the documentation that we did before. Now, that made it all easier. And then it worked in the case of engagement. Now, as I was speaking about the time to value, this is kind of the landscape, or this is kind of the expectation that a good developer experience might have here. And as you can clearly see, the guy wearing the jetpack indicates a good developer experience. So that it's like that. And let's say, well, okay, that stopped. Cool. So, and that was not because of the jetpack. So, so this boost is something which is very important in order for us to have a good developer experience in the community, and also in any of the offering that we have, with us. So this is also something which is highlighted in Business Value of Developer Relations book by Mary Tangwall. So we don't want developers to be stuck in a loop, and we don't want them wasting time trying to learn a particular product or platform feature. and we want them to reach the goal in a very short amount of time, and they will be more than depressed, if it doesn't do that. So the success of developer relations also hinges on that. Now, that is the case with regards to, let's say, engagement. Now, what about enablement? So enablement is an important piece because of many factors, especially we want developers to make the best out of the features that we have in the platform. So there is a lot of features in our landscape. So this may not be a complex. This may not be the case for all the developer relations professionals or all the products or all the platforms. But it's very important to understand the landscape very clearly. And as a part of understanding that, it's very important to understand that content is very important for developers to make sure they go from point A to point B easily. And as a part of that, we want them to absorb as much best practices as they can. And this has to be, at the end of the day, scalable. And it's also much more productive if each developer has a clear sense of progress. Now, if I know that I have completed an application, if I have built an application, then it's a lot of progress made by me, and this varies from person to person. However, this can also be made objective. We can say, hey, this is the start of the challenge. You need to do this, and then if you finish that, you'll have data storage or you'll have serverless capability within the application. So that is the different part of the hold on just a second. Okay, so that is the different part of the enablement challenge that we see, and we need to make all right. So sorry for that interruption. I hope we are live. Just a second. All right, let's finish this part as well. Sorry for the interruption here. Yeah, in this particular case, content is very important, and enablement is a key factor, and having tools as a
Hi, everyone. Yeah, hi.
How are you?
How's it going? Good, good. I hope everything's going well. I know it's Diwali, so apologies beforehand. There might be some crackers out here.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a first time to about the Diwali for me. So it's a very big something sound. So yeah, it's a great festival.
Yep, and of course, to everyone watching right now, the entire conference, DevRel Asia, happy Diwali to everyone. And apologies, like I mentioned beforehand, for any such crackers and all burning behind. So yeah, all right. So
okay. Go ahead. Okay.
All right, let me start. Hey everyone, welcome to DevRel Asia conference. It's virtual, it's Diwali, and so much more happening. And I'm Orko from Microsoft, working at the developer relations team based out of Bangalore, India. And today I'm going to talk about a few things which around DevRel, of course, and we all know the transition that we all have come across, right? And DevRel has changed over the years, especially this year, and it changed completely because our thoughts, our understanding of DevRel and everything around the developer ecosystem, how we look into it, everything has changed. And I'm going to talk about these changes that we all had. These changes are like reflections, I would say, and reflections of a lot of us. It's not just me talking probably today. I'm trying to storytell some of the experiences of a lot of content contributors, community contributors, and advocates who are there in the community. So it's a storytelling experience. And I'm not going to give you tips and tricks of running an amazing DevRel program or something like that, but this is more from experiences that I'm trying to share of a lot of people out there. Key phrase words, keywords that you'll come across every time when you see DevRel in the picture. And when I mean DevRel in the picture, I mean to say you talk to someone in this ecosystem who is doing DevRel for a living, or doing advocacy for a living, building communities for a living, helping communities build, and a lot more. I can't shape up those things in one simple 30-minute talk or something like that. So you'll see these are some keywords that you'll come across always. Like you'll hear a lot about the words around community, you hear a lot about content, contribution, community, connections, code, all of it. And these things are like the pyramid, I would say. These are the pyramid which really forms DevRel. And one big spine to all of this has been the community itself. So you might run amazing DevRel programs. You might be mastering that plan, but it's never really a plan unless your community is contributing to it. So communities has been the spine of all of this always in DevRel. So how do we all start? First of all, it's been a tough year for all of us. Take a deep breath. It's important because it helps you keep hydrated. It helps you keep staying with that confidence to avoid burning out, because it's been tough times. It's been tough times for all of us over the last few months and almost a year now. And I'm pretty sure everyone out there, like you have 3 allocations, if I have to say, from a DevRel point of view. You could talk from a brand point of view, you could say from an organizer point of view, or you could say from a developer point of view, who is actually receiving or consuming or contributing to that entire set of resources that you're building. So all 3 major stakeholders in the DevRel ecosystem needs to breathe. Yes, it's important. Like even if you are contributing, you need to breathe. Even if you're organizing, you should breathe. Even if you're building something, you should breathe. So take that deep breath before we get started with today's entire thoughts and sessions and all of it. So when I started this year in 2020, I had a bunch of plans and bunch of things that I wanted to do, like working with a lot of communities, working with a lot of user groups, working with a lot of products, working with a lot of student hackathons, working with a lot of conference organizers to speak at some of the conference or help them run some conferences. I had an amazing plan. Like this was like literally my plan, which covered a lot from multiple continents that I wanted to be at. And let's accept that we all had this thoughts around looking into DevRel. Like you wanted to help multiple communities, you wanted to help a lot of developers out there. You had this general perspective of looking beyond your just local region, looking beyond multiple things, more from a global perspective, where you had multiple continents or multiple communities that from multiple places that you wanted to help. This was literally my calendar. Like I was ready, like this is the conference I wanted to be at. I'm going to submit CFPs. These are the hackathons that I'm going to be at, mentor some of the students and developers out there. These are some of the product sprints that I'm going to participate in. Like it was jam-packed. Like at least I'm not saying it was a entire flow for the year. At least for my starting of my 3 to 6 months, I had my plans ready in this way. And I'm pretty sure it was a lot for a lot of other professionals in DevRel as well. Like you had your stuff ready, all of this calendar. But times changed. Time changed completely everything. And we all, this was the first thing that I did when all of this changed. Like, how am I going to get back to that sprint that mode I was in. And then a good thing which I've seen, like in my manager and my leadership team, and they're like, take that deep breath, calm down. And it has changed, of course. It's tough time for a lot of us, and they motivated me. They helped me in structuring this and understanding the entire flow of work, not from looking beyond those continents, or beyond those cities, or beyond those communities, not from that region perspective. They wanted me to think not with those barriers of locations. Have a calendar without those locations. You still can do. And I took that as a message, and I started working on it. So this time I didn't have a calendar which had these are the conferences I want to be at. I still want to help those developers. I can do that. I can sit at home. I can be at a conference, attend so many conferences virtually, attend a lot of product sprints, attend a lot of hackathons online. I can help developers still. So this is how I structured my new calendar next time when I spoke to my folks out there in my team. And we didn't this time have a calendar which was with specific regions, and it was a calendar which had scale in it. What is the difference in this entire thing? This DevRel calendar was more like a marathon, and not those small sprints, which earlier it was. That helped me in shaping things more at scale. I was pretty much sorted with the calendar and creating all of this in first 1.5 2 months. This time I was like looking into a broader picture that I can help. If I am working closely with the Python user group, I should be able to help them not just across in my chapter, city chapter. I should be able to help them across as well. So that was a plan which I started off with. And of course, we all started in this way, especially for all folks out there in DevRel. We all started, with this thing, setting up your workspaces, creating amazing spaces, and literally it becomes sport. Like you have Champions League, you have La Liga Championship, and you have so many things. You have all this Champions League. This nothing was less. This was no less. This too became a sport, and real time all on Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere, where everyone started working and making their spaces beautiful and doing all of it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's definitely something I too participated in. I too was setting things up, making sure I have this amazing gear to support conferences, help developers at the end of the day. I did that too, and this thing made me sure that hey, I am now really prepped up all out there to help the community, help developers the way which I want to. And over the time, again, I realized it's hard. The place where I struggled the most was engaging with an audience. Am I really talking to someone, or am I just facing in front of the camera, talking to just myself out there, like watching? Is it like, one-to-one conversation that I'm trying to have? Am I being able to make that conversation happen? Am I able to make it a one-to-many? Is my audience able to consume the content, or is it just, playing it in the background and doing something around? So I'm pretty sure like any conferences, anything might be hard, especially when it's online. Like the good part is also that you get to, reach a larger audience, but also the sad thing is might be hard times for a lot of speakers, for a lot of, folks who are watching it. They can watch it maybe later on as well, but it's hard engaging. Like the interaction that you really do online, it's very hard, especially when it's completely an online and not at all at least a hybrid model. So it became tough for me as well, and folks out there have raised a lot of thoughts around how can we make this better. Of course, the transition will take time. It's been some 8 months that we all, or 10 months that we all are in this entire situation. Of course, Rome wasn't built in a day, so will not this entire DevRel ecosystem moving from a offline completely to an online thing. So yeah, it's going to take time. Let's make it better. So there are ways to do that. One big thing is this. At Microsoft, when I work closely with a lot of this entire DevRel crew, which I'm a part of, we see the picture as not just us being running the show, or not just us being running the communities. We are building leaders out there in the community to run those activities. You are building some leaders out there in the community to be advocates for you. That will help you scale in the region. talk about any region in general. And you can take examples of user groups, you can take examples of local communities, you can take examples from audience segments, anywhere you want to run scalable programs. You can't do it alone with an engineering team or with your DevRel team with 200, 500,000 people only. You might hire a lot of people, especially when it's online, when it's a thing about scalability. You have to make sure that your community is advocating for you. You have to drive programs, making sure the community advocates those programs for you, not just you advocating for matching just your OKRs. Help them do that. Help the community, enable the community to be advocates. That's one of the key things which I've learned, and it's something that we practice very often. Like you talk about professional developers, we have amazing programs in Microsoft, the MVP programs. You want to focus on the student developers, there are student ambassador programs. Like these programs are not there just enjoying the perks of Microsoft only. No, definitely there are perks, but these are also advocates of the Microsoft community. So help these enable these programs that you run for your brands to make them where you just don't use it to just get your product feedback or customer feedback or just get contributors to your project. Help them to become advocates as well. In multiple ways you can do that. What drives a quality DevRel in organization? What I've learned over the past 1.5 years staying in Microsoft is this: content. And content plays a very key role, especially with any segment that you talk about and any developers. Let's take a slight transition from what we are talking about right now. This is GoPro Instagram page. I'm pretty sure if you are someone traveling, a lot, or love clicking photographs, getting hold of action cameras while you're on the go, this is probably one of those pages that you always follow, right? GoPro. And this is not at all completely related to DevRel, I know. But the reason why I'm showing this is these are content creators. These are community advocates as well. They are creating content, they're creating stories, they're creating conversations. They don't have just their team to capture those moments. They run this entire community of GoPro, not just by their employees, by anybody, literally anybody sitting out somewhere, in one of those remote locations in Asia, somewhere in remote locations of Africa, or somewhere in Europe as well. Like, it's definitely possible. And that's how they connect with the community. Like, you connect with cultures, you connect with, a lot of causes, and that's how you drive a great team of a community. This is like a perfect example, when I have to say, of creating content from the community. You want to do more? Let's get a little transition from a tech point of view. I'll give you an example. When I mean that you want your community to be an advocate, you have to empower them to do that. This is Kunal. He is a student, final year engineering student out of India. He runs an amazing community. He's, a good student, not just from a grades point of view, but also contributing to a lot of open source projects. He does everything literally to almost make sure that he has a good developer portfolio. And he's working on that portfolio rather than just his degrees. He's creating content. And this is one of those screenshots that I've taken from his YouTube channel that he's doing. He's building a community. He's building a community of, teaching a lot of students who are his not just, fellow mates, but also across. He's engaging with a lot of communities, open source project maintainers, connecting with a lot of developers out there in his community to get connected or contribute to a lot of projects. He's creating a lot of content. This is an example where one of our student ambassadors is not just consuming the content that he's getting from Microsoft, but is also recreating the content. This is how we are making that change, where the community isn't just consuming all that you give. When you talk about community, it has to do a lot of collaboration, where in return, the community also contributes back. They are also making your documentation better. They're also making your community code of conduct better. They're also making sure there is enough proper coverage around DNI and a lot of other aspects, especially when they are doing activities in the region or maybe in the communities. So these are some of these examples that we all have to make sure we practice, especially when we want to run a quality engagement in the community. Help them. Help is what we all are here for. And I'm pretty sure that anybody who is in this kind of a role is here to make sure that they're able to help the community, help developers. One big reason that one must invest in helping others is building trust. If you want to really build trust, you can't just allow someone to consume things for you, or you can't just get your KPIs just matched just for your cause. You want to build trust. You want to do. There's a lot which happens around relationship building, especially in DevRel, and it's very hard to measure. Like if I have mentored a student for couple of years, and there is a story behind it, I can't really measure it with the relationship I have had, especially being in DevRel, with just metrics. It's hard. The story could be in some way where you are not just empowering the student to skill themselves up on the particular technologies, but also later on, you see in 6 months time they get an internship, or in 8 months time they start working with some of the other projects that he or she is interested in, and a lot more, and then they finally end up in a great job. So these programs that I have been involved with over the time, I've seen there are a lot of stories that are there which is less covered or less captured. But there, when you especially talk about DevRel as a picture and all of it, one major thing is collaboration. How does collaboration come into picture, especially when I've talked about a lot that this is Kunal or that's Kunal's story around where he's trying to empower others as well. Especially when it's offline to online, I have realized the frequency of these activities has increased over time. There is an opportunity, most importantly, especially for out there, for anybody who is advocating for content, advocating for a lot of open source projects, being in DevRel as full-time roles and all of it. But there are other ways to help also. Like there is a lot that you can do behind the screens as well. Like I am delivering a session today. Like probably one of the sessions that I'm always interested to speak about is helping others, and you can help a lot behind the screens also. You don't need always have to be that person delivering things always on stage or even on the virtual stage. You can do a lot more. One of those and major thing is helping or shaping the content strategy for any virtual activity that the community is doing. Yes, and it's a major concern. I'll tell you why. I come across a lot of student proposals or student communities, local chapters. They used to run a lot of student programs and community activities in their regions. Earlier, it used to happen just offline at their universities or their colleges or anywhere. And this is in general. They had a bunch of things that they used to run or drive things in. But I started looking things more from a closer, especially things getting online, where people started reaching out that, hey, come speak at this particular conference that we are doing, or this community meetup. I realized that what they have really planned is they're looking more from a visibility point of view. Like they're working less on the content. Like these are some of the topics that we should be covering. And in general, like you could talk from a tech point of view, you should talk from a soft skills point of view. Like you being a professional in DevRel, you know what is really required for any audience. Help them in structuring that content strategy. It is important. Like if we don't educate the community about how we can empower people to, become better at DevRel or become better in building good content or building better good content strategy, how will the community really realize? Because they'll keep doing that same content again and again. They'll look for great speakers and not really focus on the content. So major thing, please help the community to build a content strategy for any virtual activity. It is important. Next thing, a lot of people, complain that, I'm not getting enough support from big brands or support from big organizations, support from, a lot of members out there in DevRel who is actually doing great work. How they claim about sponsorships. And it's been major concern. I know, like a lot of communities really lack a lot of support from big organizations in this. Next time, and this is something I've tried learning over time, where I see there is always a same segment of deliverables that is being shared to brands, and the same sponsorship thing and all of it. You might be someone really great in creating proposals because you were a part of a community before. Now the tables have turned. You have been on the other side where you are helping the community. Now you too can help the community create those deliverables or structure those deliverables that will help you in giving enough budget or giving enough support from a sponsorship point of view to the community. The reason is, next time you get an email with a proposal which you are not really happy with, add some comments. Don't just reject saying that that excuses. Help them to structure things so that next time they reach out to you, they know what are your priorities as well. Next time when they reach out to you, they know that what are your priorities and what are your company goals as well. Random emails are not always welcomed by any one of us, we all know, but make that effort. Only then the community will grow, and it will help the community to sustain as well. Because after 10-20 emails of sponsorship rejection or even not getting responded, I'm pretty sure the organizer gets upset around not getting things in place. Even if you can't help with something, help the other way around. And this is some of the practices which I've learned from a lot of experts out there. Getting connected with a lot of conferences where I was not even a part of probably, but a lot of people out there in being professionals, they make it an effort that if they're not able to support with, say, sponsorship, they try to connect with some great speaker or help them with some other things that might be relevant to that conference or that community. So yeah, make sure you make that effort to help people the way that you can. And this will help things more to the community to, not just, stress on small issues, because they're there to do great stuff and we are here to, help them. Next thing, and the most important thing, is being in these roles. It's hard, and a 30-minute session will not shape up a great nutshell of DevRel. It's very hard, and I too can't do that, and it takes time. It has a lot to do with people. It has a lot to do with products. It has a lot of doing with a lot of understanding of relationships with a lot of people. So it's hard to measure, and it keeps you hanged upon a lot of things. And these are some of these key things which I want to give as a final takeaway. Scale through content. It will help you grow that program. Enable your community to be advocates. That helps. I've shown enough examples. Collaborate with the community to do more. It is important. Only then things work out. Being in DevRel is hard. You are almost wired up every now and then. Like could be on your social or anywhere else. And it's very hard, I know. So make that effort to take breaks. Breaks could be for any timings or anything, especially when you're working with a lot of communities. You are a people person at some instance, I know. Could be on stage, off stage, anywhere. You're building those relationships. So take those times off. It will help you in staying in the program or staying in this ecosystem for longer and helping the community more. Most importantly, breathe. And that will help you stay in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your talk, and you spend the time completely perfect. So sorry, we have no Q&A time right now, but I put on the question on the private chat, so please answer it on the Twitters or some social medias.
Sure, I'll do that. And I'm happy to reach out, and feel free to reach out if there's any questions on Twitter. Happy to chat. And thank you so much once again for hosting this. I'm pretty sure the ecosystem needs more of people like you to grow in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cole. And the next speaker is Yuhi. Hi, welcome. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Thank you so
Pretty
much.
good. And happy Diwali.
Same to you. Thank you so much.
So your session is coming, and are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so let's get started.
Sure. So, hey everyone, I'm Juhi Singh, developer marketer at Freshworks. So, today I'll be talking about understanding the developers with the developer marketing way. So, before I start the talk, I would like to give some basic introduction about myself. So before joining Freshwork, I have worked with several developer communities. As a student developer, I have organized events, conducted meetups every month, and it's been a great journey serving for the community. So let's start. So before I go into the deep dive session, I really want to ask you all that how are you and how you all have been doing? And I'm hoping that you all are doing great and staying safe at your home, and happy Diwali to all of you. Now, so before I go into the topic of understanding the developers, there is something called there is a role called DevRel and the developer marketing. Being a developer, you might have visited multiples of portals or joined communities. Have you ever wondered that what is the difference between the developer relation and the developer marketing? Are they the same role or there is any difference? So we have so many bunch of questions about the DevRel and the developer marketing. Even I had before I joined. Sharing my basic story with you. So when I interviewed for Freshwork, I actually applied for developer relation. And while the interview, I was told that there is something called developer marketing. And then we have these three things where you can join. And I choose to join developer marketing. But before that, I didn't have any idea about developer marketing, that even this role exists at all. So let's talk the difference between the developer relation and the developer marketing. So if you see, there is a two round, of course, one side is a developer relation, one side is a developer marketing. So if you see the developer relation part, basically it's more like the technical terms like writing sample apps, maintaining SDKs, tools, or hosting the office hours to help developers, collecting the feedbacks and making sure that we do implement all of those feedbacks which has been given by our developer, defend the feature request, ensure that developer content is ready, and whatever is delivering to developer is perfect, and there is no mistake in that. But if you see the other side of persona, which is the developer marketing, it's more or less like creating the whole plan about the developer. So it's basically building a developer marketing strategy, that how we are going to approach the developers, how we are going to engage them, and it includes like the whole idea that how you're going to serve your developer, creating go-to-market plans, work on outreach through social media channels, plan and execute the content marketing, email campaigns, and the blogs, which are like the main part of the developer marketing thing. Run developer rewards programs, so we can see more and more developer contributing into your community and the platform. Run developer early access program, host dev events, engage the community, and lots of stuff. So when I say the differentiation between the developer relation and the developer marketing, the very first question which all of you might ask me is that is there is an overlap between the developer relation and the developer marketing? Yeah, there is. So when we talk about the overlaps, you might see so many, not so many actually, few overlaps for the matrix, like the kind of matrix the developer relation look for, the kind of matrix developer marketing look for. And also we have some sort of overlaps with the jobs. If you take the example for the online community, you'll find developer relation over there answering your forum queries maybe, or you'll also see the developer marketing team hosting about like some reward programs or announcing the events which they're gonna do the next month and all those part. So the one thing which I can say about the developer marketing is it's more basically making sure that our developers are being engaged, they are feeling motivated to work with us. And if I talk about the developer relation thing, they take care of the technical parts, like creating the sample apps which can help the developers to build their own. But even though we have so many differences, tasks both of the roles does, but they both aim for the same thing, the aim. So what is the aim for them? Is the developer community. So if it's a developer relationship or a developer marketing, they both aim to serve the community. For them, the aim is to provide as much value and the input and like the motivation to the developer community so we can grow. So even though we have a little bit differentiation between the both roles, we both aim for the same, and we both work together in area organization to serve the developer community. Moving forwards, let's come back to the main topic where we are here to talk about, which is the developer marketing. So it's marketing, right? Because the word it says marketing, but it's to the developers. So the focus is, of course, to encourage developers to learn, adopt, use, and contribute either to the platform or to the community. It could be anything, right? I have just used two words. It could differ for the different organizations. The usual way of marketing that otherwise work well in B2B or even B2C do not work here. This is like the new form of marketing known as B2D marketing or business to developer marketing. It's time to have the B2D conversation. Let's get started. So before we go deep dive into the understanding of the developers, before that we also have to understand the developer persona, because it's different for different organization, is different for different companies. For taking an example, when I was working as a student, as a volunteer for different community in Chennai, those developer personas were different than I deal with today with the Freshworks. So let's take an example as a Flutter, which is obviously the product of Google. So generally, when we used to work for the Flutter community, we used to use that particular product. And if we like it, we used to evangelize or maybe advocate with the other developers. And the reason why we used to do this is because developer listen to the developers. You might see having more open to the links which has been shared by the developer to developer than the marketer to developer. So that was the one persona where I was dealing it before I joined Freshwork. But the moment when I joined Freshwork, things were different. Here, developer persona were different. It wasn't the same. We'll talk about that developer persona later in the presentation. But for now, ask yourself is that, are your target developers actively deploying or integrating your solution without being managed by your teams? Or your target developers are like actively deploying and integrating your solution with the support of your teams? And these are just the two categories, the two examples which I have added. There is more, like one is the Flutter, where you have the product and one developer use it, and then developer goes and evangelize and advocate to the some other developer, and then they form one local community and then they work together. But here the thing is different. Let's talk about the different scenarios where I work currently. So if you see this slide, we have the businesses, we have the customization needs, we have the developers, and then we have a developer platform. But when we talk about the businesses, who are these people? They are the people who might have like a big organizations, a company, they use our products. So when they use our product, they might have some sort of customization needs, like doing integration with some other platform and the third party integration and all those kind of stuff. So at this place, the people who comes to the picture are the developer team who helps them provide their customization needs by deploying the apps or maybe doing the integration with the third party. And how they do it, like developers, how they do it. So we have the developer platform which helps these developers provide the customization needs to our customer and the businesses. You can use any the term, any terms which you are comfortable with. So talking about now, I am clear with the developer I'm gonna deal with. Like, so these are not the open developers. They are not someone random, some young developers who are the freelance or anything. They are very limited and the dedicated people who work for our platform to provide the customization needs. So here the developer persona where I have to deal and the Freshwork have to deal is the very limited and the very particular developer persona. It doesn't include everyone. So now I am clear with the developer persona. I know who are the developers who are going to build the customization for us. Now we should also understand the developer term in the journal, like in the general. So if you see, understanding your developer audience and segmenting them is really important to boost the performance of your marketing activities. Even though you might hear sometime that marketing doesn't even involve here, but what I believe is there is a bit of marketing, but not too much marketing like you do to the customer or to the businesses. To better understand, we can't approach developers using the traditional marketing. Developer marketing means thinking like a developers. This work will be bit easy for you when you have already lived a life as a developer, as I have. Being a student developer in my college life, I completed my undergraduation in the IT stream, so I have a bit of experience being developer, that what are the kind of thing every single developer go through. So we established earlier that the developer community hates being marketed. They are typically more knowledgeable and tech savvy than any other of customers and business leaders. So when we talk about the developers, definitely they are the pure techie. They read multiples of blog, they go attend the conferences, and they just they are over the internet all the time. So definitely if you are marketing something, they are already aware of lots of tech and all the technical terms. Their approach is to educate themselves on the developer audience so well that they find a unique way to serve them and make their life better. So when we talk about marketing to the developer, instead of marketing we can use the term called education. We can call that we are trying to educate the developer instead of we are trying to market the developer, because that terms might lose their interest in learning about the product you are selling or the API you are trying to sell them or anything like that. Now the one thing which we have to understand is who are the developers, what they do and why they do. So far we have already seen that they are the highly technical audience and they hate marketing. They like the technique which are like very straightforward, frank talk from someone who knows the subject and at least understand what they are trying to convey to the developers by the email communication or by the video advertising or by the anything. They like the people who have the basic understanding of the things they are trying to talk to them. So we know that they look for the content and they also look for the answers, because everybody does. Every developers look for the content until it's like very related and important to them. Talking next, when we know this whole developer scenarios and everything, okay, developers hate marketing. We cannot bluff in front of them. We cannot talk too much which we are not even providing them, or we cannot even talk the things we have no idea. So it's important when you talk or when you email them or when you send them anything in the newsletter, you should also have the very basic understanding of what you're trying to say. Talking about all those things which we shouldn't do with the developers, talking about the things which might attract developers to use your platform or come and build app for us. Moving forwards, I would like to share some of the strategies which might work for you when you are trying to understand the developer and when you are dealing with the developer at the very beginning stage. So how can you understand your developers? It's a big question. Conduct research and connect with developers to learn who they are, what they care about, and what they are building, because it's important. So there is a three thing which you can do when you are dealing with the developers. Of course, support and forum. So just because you already have the support and forum, you can see what devs are telling you through the support forum events and social media channels, and then you can have all those data, and then you can use internally to come up with something about understanding of the developers. You can also do the analytics part where you can see that what your devs are and the platform uses from your own data sources like we have, right? And last but not the least is the research, where a proper documented survey is the perfect way to refine the audience. You can send the survey form survey form asking about their interest and the kind of things which might excite them, and it totally depends on you what sort of question you want to ask them. So you can do with all these three or set of areas, you can collect all those details and then try to come up with your own assumption. We won't be calling the assumption, you might have the very clear picture of idea that which kind of developers you are dealing with, what are the things they may like and what are the things they may not. So it will make your work very easy for the future part when you'll be marketing to them. Now, talking about the Freshworks, we have the developers team. Of course, we provide the toolkits, we have the community, we have the UI kit, and then the monetized part. So, like I always say, that there is a different sort of persona for the developers, and they work for different organizations. When we talk about the Freshworks, we provide them toolkits, documentation, code recipes, and all those resources which can help them build the app to solve our customer problem. At the same time, they also get paid for the app they build for us. We also have the community where they can go and ask us any doubts regarding the development which they are doing, and then we have the people, we have the whole community helping helping them with answering all their queries. We also have our open source UI kit which we launched few months back for using the standardized design, so all the apps can have a very standard design when they are being deployed into our marketplace. Now, when we are very clear with the picture of understanding the developer persona, then understanding the developer, and then knowing what kind of things developer might like, now the engagement part becomes very easy because you are very clear with the developer persona you are dealing, you know your developer very well. So the sort of things which can really excite them is, of course, recognitions. You can recognize the community champions quarterly, monthly, it totally depends on you. Also, you can provide them right amount of source of code, like the resources which can help them to build, to send monthly newsletters which will have all the technical, the new feature updates which they might be looking for, and all these things which we do at Freshwork to make sure that our developers feel motivated and then they get what they ask for. So I think that's all. Thank you so much, and I am done here.
Thank you so much. So I wrote down several questions on the private chat. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So could you pick up the questions that's suitable for you?
So the first question is, of course, what is the differential between the traditional marketing and the developer marketing? So like I mentioned in one of the slide is when you deal with the customer or the business people, they might not have the very clear and so much technical knowledge. So when you sell some product or anything which your company has, this is bit easy than you try to sell it to developers, because developers already hate the word called marketing, the terms marketing itself. So when you are talking to a developer and when you use word called marketing, the conversation is done there itself. So it gets challenging when you market to developers, because whatever you are trying to market to them, there is everyone in this tech world, IT world, every single day people are reaching out to this developer, selling their product or maybe selling their features, APIs and everything. So every single day they are surrounded with all those kind of information and people coming and approaching them. So it gets tougher, a little bit challenging. So when you try to talk to them or when you try to sell them anything like the APIs or anything, you really have to have a very clear understanding of whatever you are selling to them. So it's a bit difficult. I won't say like there is a huge difference. Of course, there is a market where we call the content. Content is like the king of everything. So they do like the content, they like the engagement part, they like all those things. But the only thing is they hate the a word which is like, so if I talk to them something and when they ask me something back and if I don't have answer, that might go really wrong. So that is the difference between the developer marketing and the traditional marketing.
I see. Thank you. And we have more time, so please pick up the questions and please answer it.
Okay, so do you update developer persona? If it's yes, how often update it? So actually, we don't update the developer persona. First of all, what do I mean by developer persona in the slide was that there is a different developer persona for different organizations. When you talk about the Google, when you talk about the Microsoft, or when you talk about like Atlassian or Slack or like any other company, developer persona differs for each of them. When I talk about Freshwork, for us, developers are the one who help us build apps and deploy the integration with the third party to help us provide the right sort of customization needs for our customer. But in the terms of when I talk about Google and Microsoft, they have the product like Flutter, React JS, and all this. So they are the developer who use that particular product, and if they like it, of course, then they go and advocate it to some other developer, and then they build the local community, and then they work together with that particular product. But it's totally different in the case of Freshworks. Here we don't, developers are not the one who use the product. They are the one who provides solution to our products which we have. And I think most developers don't like survey. Do you have any idea to get better answers? Okay, so that is something I also agree, that most of developers don't like it, because generally we all have that assumption of seeing the survey form. Okay, this is gonna have tens of questions, like 10 to 20 questions and all those things. But alternative will be definitely going on the call with them, doing some interview with them, or maybe inviting them for the events. So when you invite them for the events, you can go and talk to them personally. That could be the alternative choice and the quality one to know your developer more. But when we talk about this whole pandemic thing, like we cannot meet physically, and we also don't have so much time to schedule a call, right, with them to understand their needs. So having a quality of serve, like I mentioned it very clearly, that a right documented, like the very well documented, which doesn't seem like so much to them, like maybe 5 to 6 questions, or with the quality questions, I think they don't mind filling that up.
Which is a better, like selecting opinions or input the text?
Mm-hmm. I didn't get your question.
Which is a better question? Like it's a best, better, good, normal something, or writing something text. Which is a better question for developers?
Which is better question for developers, or maybe just a one line question, or maybe I want to know. So okay, first question could be which kind of product you are working, and which kind of use case you are looking for, and the kind of solution which can help your product, provide solution to your product, like the very direct question. Like I cannot recall the very right question for them, but the direct question, like I said, they prefer very direct conversation with them. So having like a very direct question, whatever you want to ask, instead of moving around to the whole question, that will really help. And too much content will definitely, too much question will definitely make them bored, and they might not fill it. So we should have point to point question, the point which we want to ask, we should put that over there, and then we can do that.
I see. Thank you, Juhi. Your experiences of marketing is very suitable for our audiences, I hope. So it's
Thank
very
you
good
so
presentation.
much. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Juhi, and thank you again. And have
Yeah,
a
and
good,
happy
have a good,
Diwali.
yeah. Have a
Okay,
good Diwali. Yeah. Thank you
sure.
so
Bye
much.
bye.
Bye bye. So we are moving to the next session, but we have a little time, so I play the videos. Like that. No, don't sorry. I have to check the next speakers and And next it's Ravi. Ravi. Okay, I played the movie. See you soon. Okay.
Say the word, say the word. Say the word, you can rhyme. Say the word and we can rhyme. Around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can say, forget about that better place. And I know you're healing, cause I know the feeling. The streets stop breathing. I don't wanna let you. Say the word, say the word. Say the word. Seeing all the reasons we should forget about this place, but I don't wanna leave here if you're just gonna stay. Changing like the seasons, been wasting all this time. Should be like satellites cast beyond the sky. Believe our fate for another day. Riding these horizons, we'll find our way. We'll leave our fate and fade into the night. Just follow me to paradise. Just say we tried. Say the word and we can run around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can stay. Forget about that better place. And I know you're healing, cause I know the feeling. The streets stop breathing. I don't wanna let you. Say the word, say the word. Say the word. Say the word and we can run around the earth and around the sun. Say
thank you for watching DevRel Asia 2020 Asia1 track. So in this time, I play in a sponsor movie by Bondage. So let's see about that. Oh, just a moment, please. I can't play the sound, so I sharing the screen again. Sorry so much. And okay, so I'll play again. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Clarice. I'm the community manager at Vonage. We used to be called Nexmo. We are a cloud communications platform company that allows developers to integrate voice, video, and messaging into their applications using our APIs. I work in a community team at Vonage, and part of our work is to host and organize events and also support the community members with their activities. So, with the recent coronavirus situation, we realized that many of us are unable to attend physical events. So, we research and try to find out what it really means to have a good online event experience from an attendee point of view. So, our platform and developer experience team, which consists about 40 of us, some of us are event organizers and Twitch streamers, and with some experience in running online events and coupled with our research, we started a Vonage virtual events platform using Remo. It mimics the offline event experience with rooms for networking. So we purchase a subscription and make this available for our community and let them host their events using this platform. So while we take care of the AV, the community members just need to focus on getting people and inviting them to the event. The other platform that we do is a tech demo called the Social Cafe. In this social cafe, it really takes care of the networking part of the event. There are multiple tables where you can actually move between the tables, which essentially are video calls where you can talk to different groups of people, and there are conversation prompts to get the conversation started. So these are just some ways that we are supporting and helping the community to make sure that the activities still run for them. We are also interested to hear what others are doing in their industries. So do talk to us at Developer Community Slack. It's developer.nexmo.com/slack or email us at community@vonage.com.
Okay, so it's a sponsor movie from Monash, and thank you for supporting Monash. And they will share the code on the Orbis, so please input the code on the form, and please get a special novelty if you were lucky. Okay. So, and the next session will be started at 5 minutes later. Please just a little, and I will play the movie again. Just a moment. I find out that. Okay.
Hi, Taiji. Uh, if you're speaking, I am unable to hear you. You are on mute, I guess. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you confirm over chat, maybe? No? Hi, Taiji. Could you please confirm if you can hear me? Mhm. Mhm. I am still unable to hear you, Taiji. Uh, Hi, Taiji. Actually, I can hear you, but my voice is audible, I think. Maybe can we continue? Still, I'm unable to hear you. Okay, so there is some audio glitch, I think. We shall start here. Uh, uh, I hope you are able to hear me, I think. Uh, Hi, I am Raviraj Subramanian. I am a part of a great DevRel team at Freshworks. We are serving our developer platform who builds which can be used to build integrations for all the Freshworks products. Freshworks is a unicorn based out of Chennai, India, uh, has a suite of products. Our platform is playing a vital role to build integrations for almost all the platform, all the Freshworks products. Uh, so uh, let me go through what our topic is. Today, we are going to see how you can build your community on empathy. Simply to say, everyone has empathy and every community has it. It is just how to figure out where it is and how will we improve it. Uh, that is what we are going to see today. Uh, Let me go to the next slide through that. Yeah. So today we are going to see these are the options like agenda that we are going to see. Why does empathy matters in the first place? Uh, we may not be agreeing in everything that comes to under empathy, but we are going to see why it matters and how does it even work. Uh, how can you bring empathy to everything? And then finally we will see like a community with empathy driven, how it will look like. So how we can go there and see what happens. Today we are going to see one of them one by one. Let me move to the first topic. So why does empathy matters? So before looking at it, I will just give a definition for empathy. So this is the widely accepted uh, definition for empathy. It is the ability to recognize and identify the feelings of other person, whether it can be real or fictional, right? So this is hard to correlate how I can apply to my community. So here we have a more simple definition like empathy is just putting yourself into another person's shoes. So you can also share their feelings from their end. So you can view everything perfectly as they see, and as you take further steps, it will clearly visible from how your community looks like from another person, and you will be able to take some brilliant steps to grow your community and deliver a great experience to your developers. So today, how it happens, right? So why does even matter? Uh, so in our community, whenever you are applying empathy to everything, that it will show them that you are ready to hear them first. In most cases, we don't even happen to hear them well. We always focus upon some measurable metrics and ROI and everything required for sustaining our business, but we tend to forget what they want to say. So it is something uh, that will make the first step different. So you will hear them first, and then they are always your developers are happy to share what they think and what they want and everything. Also, it will also, when you hear them, it will also show that you are being helpful. You don't need to solve their problem, you don't need to uh, even hear every problem of them. Whenever you try, it just makes look like you are trying to be helpful to your community, right? Also, empathy has this thing where even anything negative happens in your around your community and events, where why it matters. Spamming your email or your community or events chat or whatever, if you look at them and hear from them like what they want to share and everything, it will totally make a difference, that instead of just blocking them, it makes create a different experience for everyone. Maybe they are not even trying to spam, they were trying out something else and they don't understand the system, something like that. So we are going to see everything in detail now. So how does it work? So okay, I am ready to apply empathy. So how are you saying that it will work among others? Like it is most difficult to understand others, right? So you will see how it works. So it starts from our human brain, that it is too difficult to understand our complete brain. It is still scientists are studying it. So we have something called our brain is actually working for this interpersonal connection and community. So that is how we are always get connected to another people. Even if you go to Mars, you want to always see another human there, right? So we have an actual neuron called mirror neurons that helps us empathize with another person in front of us. Uh, so this is how we feel something like we have like let's say someone falls in the road. You feel embarrassed for them or painful for their injury or whatever. Also for happiness, when even if it's a stranger, just you just met a colleague or someone who are happy, you become happy for them whenever they are happy. So it is just how it works. We don't understand how it works from our brain. So you learned this today. So everything I applied, okay, it is already there in my brain, and this is how biology works. We are also trying to be here developers, but why is it so hard? Why is it not working sometimes? So we will see that whenever we are making some changes to introducing to our community towards empathy, that uh, that takes more and more time, and over time we get tired of doing the same, and the engagement rate reduces. The what is that that energy goes away over time, right? So that is where you need to pitch in, where you need to understand that the empathy needs regular practice, and we need to strengthen over time so that it sustains, and it becomes it helps the community sustain, right? uh, then where it disturbs is like sometimes we want to tend to provide community with more empathy stuff, but we have some measurable metrics and we want to focus on them, and we have to make our business sustainable. uh, this is what is stopping us sometimes. So it can be collided. We will see how we will do that in some time. Also it, as I mentioned, it takes some time to see effect. Sometimes you do something and you don't see the expected effect later. uh, we will see that also. These are some examples I have, like welcoming every new member in your community platforms with a great experience. Initially it will be easy, but later it comes difficult to give the same experience to the new joinees, right? And you forget to say hello to your community member if you see on them, bumping them into them in some events or anywhere else, right? And then it is totally digitized, and everything becomes just a like in Twitter and LinkedIn. uh, don't do that, just yeah, giving a thumbs up and all. So let's have congratulatory interactions like old good times, right? So I will show you some examples to how it can be referenced. So I'll show you UNICEF, which helps this child protection. organization that developed a plan to hand out mosquito nets to help curb malaria in Malawi, which is part of Africa. And it was not their primary problem to curb mosquito and reduce it. So they had another urgent sustenance, which has they want to fish, right? So this mosquito nets helped them fishing instead. This is the UNICEF's assumption that failed. Uh, uh, they wanted to help, but it obviously failed. Their thesis have failed, but uh, we will see how we can learn from this. So if you open to yourself to understand the local context, it will assist in coming up with the right solutions at the right time. Mosquito net, it is not uh, it's a good solution, but it's not the timely solution for when they have other urgent needs, right? So this is how they could have applied, they could have opened their ears to understand what their pressing issue first, and then solve that with essentials, and then creating awareness on malaria, why they need to concentrate on here as well. They could have obviously done this. It is on 2005. So I'll show you another case study. So it is from our own Freshworks developer community. We have whenever we host developer events for our partners developers, we have this new launches and other areas we want to show them, and so we chose topics over ourselves when during our planning before the events. And then not all the participants were interested in those topics, right? So some of them might be interesting, some of them are not. So here we what we did, so we sent out a survey to hear them first on what topics they would like to see, they would be interested. It may not always be narrowed down to few topics. If a few developers might be interested in something, a few developers will be in saying different. You can always have a bell curve to come up with something who correlates with your ideas, right? So we have this wonderful situation where we both had a win-win situation, and we our developers were liked our future events, all the topics, right? So another one, again, it is from our community. It is the whenever we have this marketplace app submission that will be reviewed for multiple stages before publishing it to our Freshworks marketplace, to make sure the quality is always better, right? So developers have always complained about it, even from the beginning. Like, it takes a huge time to get reviews. I want to push one urgent fix, even it takes some time. Or even we want to even if they have a huge changes, we don't have to take like 1 month, right, to just review stages. So they have always complained about this, so our team had to just do this one thing, to rethink the purpose again, what we wanted to achieve via this review stages. And then we had this goal of reducing the app review time, which will help our developers. We have done all the review stages into one, so we reduced the total review time into by half, right? It is a great achievement. If it takes 1 month, if it is now only half month, right? So it is a huge change for the benefit for the developers. So these are all the some of the problems we face in our community. We have our processes set that cannot be changed easily. If you are in a big organization like me, so it will be very hard to take your process changed, right? So in our community, we have a company that is 3,000 plus employees, so it is hard to change get through some process level changes. So that affects developers issues, right? So you just have to revisit all the problems and think differently, so you will be able to solve the problem easily. And it need not to this problem need not to stagnate always, right? So let me jump into another topic that when you how do we bring this empathy to everything, right? So I have shown you the examples on various things. How do we apply it everywhere? So before applying, we need to have this. Why does it? How it will be benefit the community, right? So you can see here, like the community members always love to give engage and with others, and they always want to recommend to their friends when it's good, right? Uh, so this happens and it benefits you, right? So it is not involved with the measurable metrics or something. They like it and they recommend it and the community grows, right? So this is how it will also become a sustainable community with having a good guided habit for all the active contributors and your community members. It becomes sustainable on its own. It also create an agency where your quality content produced by your community and the moderation happens on the fly. You don't need to care about it, and it just becomes a new culture of your community. It also becomes a your community totally becomes a feedback driven community in this way. When it is feedback driven, it will always never failure, right? You will never see a failure uh, when you hear your developers at right time, always. So so how will we practice this empathy? Empathy, why I meant we need to practice is it is not we believe that it comes automatically, but not as I mentioned about the biology. It can always be taught and learnt by everyone. It can be adopted, so you can always go for this, whoever it is. Even if this your new member of your community, it will always be taught and learnt. uh, let's also make our community not boring with everything. When you make your anything towards empathy, you need to make sure that the community is always interesting to everyone. Also, you can see that when you get more and more empathetic, you become attached to your developers, or some emotional resonance. You just need to avoid it. You can always see it in some examples from some professionals like doctors and nurses. They will be empathetic, but they will not be too attached to their patients, right? So that is something we need to always be make sure. And then we need to hear our community members always, right? To do this successfully, you need to forget judging people. Like some people might be coming with a huge experience, some people will be totally new, some people will have come from a different background, who has a different perspective that you may not even understand at first, right? So start listening from there. uh, make your community culture a priority. It may think you may think that it is not, but it is attached to everything. You can see from the examples, like it will be attached everywhere. So you make this a priority, and you can see all the magics happening. So also make sure you are in the right path by measuring it. Whatever you want to learn, have some learning goals and go on your learning path. So we are out of time, I think. So I will rush it here from here. So we have some simple hacks for you to make your community members as friends. It doesn't mean you need to go out with them, hang out, have drink with them. So it is just how will you treat your friends? You will always need to treat your community members, active community members, the same way. You don't need to give one simple bad experience to your friends, right? So it is the same for your community members. Also, remember your famous and favorite people of your community. The community always like them, and what if you don't know them, right? So it will be an embarrassment situation when you're uh, presenting to your developers or meeting them. Also, talk to your community members whenever possible. It is the great opportunity you have. It is also not easy to achieve. Also, when you are too busy to addressing some of their things, so whenever it is possible, go talk with them. Uh, Keep yourself stress free. So when you are under stress or anxiety, that it will directly passes into everyone you meet, everyone you speak, whatever content you make, right? So always keep yourself stress free and happy, that you can sense the magic happening always, to passing the same to others. I have some great examples here. Some low-hanging fruits, like you can provide badges to your supporting your community members, like liking, replying to post, mentoring in the hackathon, some delivering talks in your developer events. These are some of the examples that we have achieved. You can see yourself many other examples like this, and you can have address these kind of low-hanging fruits. We also have like you can go from low-hanging fruit to almost culture level changes. Like we have this culture level changes, like you can create a bot that will always make sure all the communication made in your community platforms are inclusive, like and then maintaining a shared recruitment jobs list. So whenever someone looking for job in your community, they know where to go. They are not lost even though they are under in the crowd of your community. uh, Also, driving non-technical training or mentor program in your community, these are some of the great examples. This is something came I directly imported from DevRel collective community, which already lives by these examples, right? So we see how we can apply it. We will see quickly what does this look like. So empathy in practice, how it will look like, right? So you can do something like real-time examples, like you can go and identify and fix a small developer experience problem that your community faces. Some These are some smaller problems that won't rise above, and it will not come to you directly, so you need to identify them and solve this. uh, so and also make sure that your developers will be able to reach out to you by stable channels, like uh, uh, you will have some due to this rush to use all the platforms, you might have unknowingly created many platforms, but your community members don't know whom to reach out, where to reach out to you, right? So make it easier. Also, don't make them wait too long for a response. They don't like it. So try relating to the feelings and emotions in the communication. Whenever you see a communication, that you can always see their feelings and emotions shown in the every communication. Like even it's in-person meeting, or just a writing or email, or just a support ticket, or a forum interactions, right? So it can be anything. Try to see what these feelings, and it will teach you a lot on what they think, what they want, right? So you'll be able to clearly get what they understand, want. Also, with your communication, in your each communication, like make sure that you present the same tone. Like I'll be happy to work here, but I'm not interested to email someone, right? So I'll have a different tone there. It won't work. They will clearly see that, and keep yourself from maintaining this consistently. So finally, uh, we have seen how we can apply it and everywhere in your community. Here are some takeaways. Uh, Understand what your community wants. It is mostly unique. So you hear them, you apply them, and you see if it works, right? So always try to understand what your community really wants. It will not be common, though our DevRel strategies are always common. Uh, so it will be unique. You need to understand and apply the right strategy. Be the community change maker. The change has to start from you. Don't expect your guidelines to make it strict and create a culture, right? So be a community changer. Also accept the change that your community requires or expects or even deserves, right? So sometimes you will not be able to afford it, you will not be able to understand, and these are the hard things, but you need to understand that a change is inevitable. Also, finally, consistency is the key. So you need to, whatever you do, you have to do it, develop it upon it, and always make sure you are consistent, right? So that's it. Thank you. So this is my handle right here. So you can contact me on Twitter. So do you have any questions, Taiji?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, Taiji.
Yes, sorry, my audio trouble. It's maybe
Mhm.
the browser plugin had been crashed. I restart the Chrome browser. I'm back here. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so I have one question from the audience. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, right. Yep. Question. I think vendors need to take some lead in maintaining the user community, but is it the same situation for your company, Freshworks, or do you take a different approach?
Yeah. So in our company, that we don't provide the community management to vendors, as our community is so small that we mostly make events, that is invite only events to our developer partners. Currently, our platform is just 3 years old, and we just have some community partners, developers, and it is very small. We will be able to handle it on our own. So our DevRel team, with a 4-member team, and with the help of our engineering, tech writing, and product management teams, we are able to handle our community on our own. But it will not be the case for all the companies, that some big organizations, they might want to give out their community management to their vendors, and it will be like even it will be involved with some active community members maintaining the community on their own, like student partners and all. So it is different from our community. So our company, it is totally depends on you. But yeah, personally prefer to make sure we are always be in touch with our developers, so we will understand their pains, and we are able to always make sure our community is thriving through all the problems coming up with their our platform or whatever. So
Mhm.
even if it's vendor, I think you will be able to do some have some controls at you that you can take, and this will help you, I hope.
Yeah, I see. I think it's very beneficial for us. Actually, for example, the IBM working is
Mhm.
a big company, but I involved in the IBM Cloud. IBM Cloud is lots of developer don't know that IBM have the cloud platform, so it's kind of the similar situation. For us,
Yeah.
with your company, therefore small market, and need to improve the market and user community. Right. Yeah. So I find it very difficult to start, grow, and maintain a community. I think your session will help to solve these challenges. I believe your
Mhm.
session will help everyone in the audience who have the same challenges as us, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll publish my slides to this URL. It's not yet, I have done. I will also share it on our Slack. So thank you everyone for coming to my session. Thank
Yeah.
you for
It's
Dev Asia
right.
organizing.
And sorry, your handle name is behind the conference logo.
Mhm.
Can you move the under the little bit your
Ah,
window?
okay. Can you see that now?
More little bit. Move to. bottom.
Okay.
Oh, it's sorry. Okay. I
Yeah. I will, mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a conference logo. Yeah. So this is Rabraj. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Rabraj. Thank you for your good presentation.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Taiji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for joining Labraj session. It was a great session. We have a few minutes break, and after the break here, unfortunately, next session, Yashraj session, has been cancelled by his personal matters. We apologize about it. So the next session here is developer population evolution and how effective DevRel practices are in numbers by Christina. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
free, but you can keep it once you've lost it. Love is free, but you can own it once you have missed it. You and me. You and me. It's free, but you can keep it once you've lost it. Love is free, but you can own it once you have missed it. You and me. You and me.
You know how it is. Now everything seems unreal. Everything you see becomes concealed. You give it your faith for it is. You know how it is. Now everything seems unreal. Everything you see becomes concealed. You give it your faith for it is. You know how it is. Now everything seems unreal. Everything you see becomes concealed. You give it your faith for it is. You know how it is. Now everything seems unreal. Everything you see becomes concealed. You give it your faith for it is.
than does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Hello, everyone. This is the last session for Asia1 track. This session is developer population evolution and how effective developer practices are in numbers by Christina Bosco Globe. Please welcome Christina. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey Daisy, hi everyone. Fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. I think it's your session that is very would be helpful for everyone, therefore improving develop people, right?
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah. Are you ready to start?
Of course.
Yep. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Can't really see my slides.
Oh, sorry, not showing your slides. Again. Sorry, please share again your screen.
Hang on. How about now? There we go.
Perfect. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So happy to be here to discuss today the evolution of and diversity of the developer population and how you can use that effectively in DevRel. Before I do that, very short intro to who we are, because I'm going to show you a lot of numbers today, so I'm sure you want to understand where this came from. So we are /data. Our mission is to help the world understand developers. We run research, we survey developers, and based on that, we help developer-facing organizations understand who developers are, what technologies they buy, and where they're going next in terms of emerging platforms. These are just a handful of our clients, so all the large tech organizations facing developers. And how we do that, we run 2 surveys per year. We reach more than 30,000 developers annually from more than 159 countries each time. We use more than 87 partners across the globe every single time, not the same 87, because we want to reach all pockets of population out there, from small meetups to large vendor orgs. We research 10 development areas, which you see here on the left. And we do that every time, as we want to capture the full activity of developers across the board. And then we also ask DevRel practitioners how they ask developers. Now, today, we're going to cover these 4 things. 1, how many developers there are in the world, regional communities, how to segment developers, and DevRel practices. First of all, how many developers in the world? There are currently 21 million. I'm sorry, give me a second. The population has grown more than 26% in 2 years, and we expect that to grow to 24 million. So not all communities are the same. They grow in different pace. North America is the largest one, 4.7 million, followed by Europe and East Asia. However, this is a dynamic mix that can change as they evolve differently. Here I show you the evolution of Asia. As you can see, Asia has grown faster in the beginning, plus 50% in the first 2 years, while the rest of the world grew by only 18%. Currently, Asia is growing at a slower pace, 11%, while the rest of the world has caught up. This has happened for different reasons, and it's very important to understand why different communities grow in different ways. This will help you do effective DevRel. Regional communities can be different in many ways. One way is on the tooling that they use. And here I can show you just a small example of how different regional communities use different tooling. As you can see, so we asked in our survey what APIs developers use, and we asked about 17 different third-party APIs, also private internal or not using at all. As you can see, there are very, very big differences. Middle East and Africa, that is growing faster than anyone else, are using the most, so 77%. Of course, across all regions, the majority of developers uses API, but that's very different from Middle East and Africa, that is 77, to East Asia, that's only 61. You have to understand what is behind these differences to use this information. So for example, in East Asia, we know it's about what developers do. So they're more likely to be working in large tech organizations that are in turn more likely to be using private internal APIs, or they're working on projects that involve low coding, such as robotics, and therefore they do not want to use APIs, but rather get their hands dirty with low coding. So this is just one very, very small example of how regions can be different in terms of technologies. However, it's not just the technologies per se on which they are different, but on how decisions are made as to what technologies to use. So we also ask developers if and how they are involved in the tooling decisions. And here I'm showing you how this was answered by developers in East Asia versus South Asia versus the rest of the world. So the first thing to notice, for example, is that in South Asia, half of the developers are not making any tooling decisions, to purchase any tools at all. Either they don't buy tools at all or they're not involved. And we know that what lies behind this is the young age, or otherwise that they're very junior developers. So we have, not all of them, of course, we have a higher proportion of junior developers in South Asia as compared to the rest of the world. And of course, as such, either they don't buy tools, they use free solutions, or they are not involved in the decisions. In that regard, East Asia is similar to the rest of the world, so 36% don't make any decisions. But the way in which East Asia is different is to the degree that they influence decisions. What I mean by that? So if you look at the bottom here, which is really that 7% there at the bottom, is the same across all regions. So that's the top of the hierarchy, the decision makers. So across the world, there are about 7% in whatever region that they actually call the shots, that they approve the overall budgets, they approve the overall expenses. What is different in East Asia is below that level, below that top management level. The developers, which is of course the biggest mass of developers, right? And in this case, in East Asia, it seems that they are more influential than they are in the rest of the world. They also buy more as individuals, as you can see, which means that as individuals, they have higher requirements, most likely, that are not covered by the free solutions out there. So it's important to understand these kind of things, how much influence they have. Now, it's not just the technologies or how they select those technologies, how they decide to buy technologies, but it's also what kind of support they need. In our survey, we asked developers what kind of support they expect from vendors. So basically, that's very closely related to DevRel and what you should be offering them. And we asked developers about 20 different types of support. Here I'm showing you 5 of those 20 and how regions are different. So this is how many developers consider these types of support important. And we have documentation and sample code is, for example, very important to most developers out there. But in Asia, as you can see, both East and South, this is less important than it is in the rest of the world. And similarly, but not as dramatically, for answers in public forums. However, things such as internships and hackathons and even mentorship that I'm not showing here are far more important in South Asia than the rest of the world. And that is because, again, we have quite a few students there and many junior developers who value this kind of things. On the other hand, in East Asia, we have marketplaces that are double as important to developers there as compared to the rest of the world. So this is just to demonstrate that developers in different parts of the world choose different tooling. They have different kinds of support needs, and they influence all the decision-making to a different degree. Now, yet, even though there are such differences, DevRel practitioners do not, in their majority, differentiate their strategy geographically. So in our DevRel survey, as I said, we run 2 surveys. One is for developers and the other is for DevRel practitioners. We get something like 60 to 80 to 100 responses from those, and we ask them what sort of practices they have. So if you can see here, 41% said they don't have any geographic differentiation, while another 11% they simply localize the content, but otherwise they don't geographically differentiate their services, and that's the majority, therefore 52%. And you have only 14% of people who actually have regional teams in place. So based on what I showed you, this is not a great idea. Not doing something different in regions. It's not just a matter of localizing content, it's also a matter of catering to the different needs of each region. But it's not just a matter of region, it's developers behind those regional differences, there lie other factors that differentiate developers. So we strongly recommend that you should be segmenting your audience. First of all, we asked if and how they segment their developer audience, the DevRel practitioners, and thankfully 80% say they do. However, still we have nearly 1 in 5, so 19%, who don't segment their audience. Even those who do segment it, several of them do use things such as technology to define their segments and their personas, which is not a very good idea, as I will show you in a minute. So you can see here that people use industry, app category, type of development, devices targeted, and so on. So why segment, first of all? Here I'm just using a very simple messaging. This is just a simple illustration to explain. On the left, suppose this is all your developer population out there, and they are different. They have different motivations, different goals. They're trying to build different things. And yet, in a non-segmented approach, DevRel's teams will approach them not with a single message. This is very simplistic, but with a single messaging campaign. So they will say the same thing to everyone. Even if it's multiple campaigns, it's just targeted to everyone in the same way. And given that, you will get X% response. Some of what you have to say in this way will be interesting to some people, so you will get some response. If, however, you were to break this population down into smaller clusters, and those clusters were very similar, so the members within each of those clusters was very similar to each other. So here, in the simplistic example here, you put all the blue diamonds together, and then all the green rectangles together, and the red triangles together, and then you design your message. So instead of having a single approach to your outreach, if you adjust that to the target cluster, then it will be more efficient. So if you design a message for the blue diamonds in particular, then more members in that group will be interested because they're similar. So in that way, you have multiple response than what you would have in each one of those groups, and therefore higher response altogether. Therefore, it's a case of multiplying, not just increasing your ROI. And how do you do that? So there's a lot to be said here. I will only tell you some very key principles. So first of all, your segments must be homogeneous. That means that within each persona's definition or segment, you have to have similarly behaving members. So they have to, why do you want to do that? So that you can predict the response, and you have, they are bound to respond the same way, react the same way, given a message. So you want to be homogeneous so that you know how they're going to react. You also want those groups to be distinct. So you want to not to have any overlaps. so that you can target them with very clear messaging each. If they overlap, at the end of the day, it beats the purpose. It's as if having the same single population where you started off. Exhaustive means that if you put all those segments together, it has to cover, if not 100%, but as a rule of thumb, at least 90% of your population. So you don't want to leave out any important parts of your population. You want also to use in your definition attributes or features that are not, let's say, that do not include what you're trying to predict. This is why technology is a bad choice for segmentation. So if you're trying, for example, to predict who is more likely to use tool X versus tool Y, you do not want to include usage of tool X in your definition because it beats your purpose. You will be going around in circles. Another very important thing is to use features in your segmentation that you can observe. So in real life. So for example, I've seen cases where people use revenue as part of their segment definition. So developers who make between $1,000 and $3,000. Okay, that's fine in terms of definition. However, can you easily observe that out there when you go out there and actually target developers? Is it something that it's easy to observe? Maybe not. So you have to be careful there. And final thing is to come up with segments that are easy to describe and visualize. Because remember, what you come up with will not be used in a recommendation system in this case, or it won't be machine readable. It's going to be used by marketing teams. So they need to understand what you're telling them, and they can visualize it, and then they can use it in the campaigns. So these are the key principles of segmentation. And okay, we said that DevRel practitioners currently, they don't differentiate regionally that much. Segmentation, some do it, some don't do it, and not very well. So what do? We ask them what sort of activities they do and what takes most of their budget, time, or effort. And we found that, of course, other than creating a developer strategy, that is, of course, quite important. Other than that, the most popular activities are the ones that have to do with developer engagement. So either creating portals to communicate with developers or directly engaging them or organizing events. Now, we're not saying this is of course good practice, right? This is what you should be doing, and all the operational activities are right at the bottom. But what I'm trying to say here is that, okay, so these activities take quite a lot of your time and of your budget. You should therefore be putting some thought as to how you allocate that budget to the right activities. And therefore, the question is, are these activities effective? So what we've done, as I said, on the one hand, we have asked developers what they value in terms of the support that vendors offer, or DevRel teams offer, if you want. On the other hand, we ask DevRel teams where they spend their money. And here we cross the two. So what I'm showing you here is the rank. So the red lines is how DevRel teams spend, how important this kind of spending is for DevRel teams. So the rank of their budget spent. And the blue-green lines are what developers think, how they rank this kind of activity. So the most striking thing here is about conferences and events. So while vendors place a lot of effort, time, and money into organizing events, even now, developers, especially in Asia, don't consider that very important. It's not at the top of the priorities. We're not saying that you shouldn't be running events. Of course you should. They have their uses, definitely. However, it's a matter of priorities here. It's a matter of how you prioritize your budget spent. And what we see here, that this conference really rank high in the priorities of DevRel practitioners, but really low, especially in East Asia. So out of 20, remember we asked about 20, and for East Asian developers, conferences rank at the very bottom. And then with other kind of activities, we have a similar case. And for example, we have the opposite thing for marketplaces for East Asia, where developers actually rank marketplaces as their 8th most important type of resource, a type of support, while it's the 16th in terms of priority for DevRel practitioners. And there's a similar misalignment for access to devices and hackathons. So this is why you should be looking into how exactly you want to spend your budget on DevRel. So that begs the question, how do DevRel teams actually decide to spend money on the DevRel activities, on developer program to begin with, and then how to allocate that money? So we asked that very question, and we found that 1 in 3 actually use qualitative argumentation. Of course, the most popular answer there was as part of product development investment, which makes sense. However, 1 in 3 said that they just use qualitative arguments. And another 16% here, it's at the bottom, but still it's quite high as a percentage, actually are struggling to find the right arguments. So you really need data to do this. First, to calculate the gain that an onboarded developer brings. That will give you an idea of the value you can expect to get, and therefore how much money to spend in DevRel overall. And then you need this data to understand where and how to allocate this money, because to avoid what I just showed you of the misalignment between what developers expect from you versus where you place your money. Now, you also need data to measure how effective your efforts were. And we asked the practitioners what kind of KPIs they use. We track main KPIs. I'm here showing you the top 5 for 2 different activities, DevRel and Dev Marketing. We also have Dev Tooling. It's another 5 at the top there as well. What I'm trying to say is, obviously, with Dev Tooling, you may have different metrics, but what about Dev Marketing versus DevRel? Here, again, it's not the same set. If you see, the only one that exists in both lists is awareness via surveys, and it ranks differently. For Dev Marketing, for Dev Relationships, it's at the top. For Dev Marketing, it's somewhere lower. So you can see that for Dev Marketing, in mostly things that have to do with social, interaction, video views, YouTube subscriptions, and so on, while for Dev Relations, it's registered developers, it's more telemetry, analytics, and so on. So you shouldn't be assuming that you need the same set of KPIs. Again, this is a case where you should be getting the right data to do the work. Now, that's all I had for you for today. I note that you can go to our website there, devrelx.com, where you find lots of free data related to DevRel. And there's also a book, it's the 3rd edition. We are not the authors. We have 24 authors from industry-leading companies that share their experiences and challenges with DevRel. So I think it's a good first step for those of you who are perhaps new to the DevRel game. And that's all for me today. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. So we have the 2 questions for you. Okay, first one is, what makes structured data superior to other companies as a data analysis services?
Thank you.
Especially, how should you use structured data?
Oh, okay. All right. So first of all, there are a few things. So unfortunately, I don't have that slide to pull it now, but what makes us different? A few things. One, we survey, as I said, 30,000 developers across the globe. So it's a large survey. And that number does not come from just a single panel. So every time we survey different populations out there, there's only about 10% the same people from survey to survey, and we want them to be there so that we can track evolution. But otherwise, it's a fresh population. And that is kind of unique. So it's not a panel that we survey every time. It's different people. And even though it's a different population, we get a very stable trend. So it's not random up and down, which means that we actually get a representative sample of the population. So that's one way. It is the ground truth. Another way is that, as I say, we're not in the data business. We're in the data-backed insights business. So we don't just dump data on you. We help you make sense of this data, understand the so what, the why behind the data. There's much more if there's more that you'd like to know.
Yeah, exactly. The huge survey is a very advantage for your company.
Yeah, and it's the breadth of the sample. It's not one panel. It's many communities out there, so that we make sure we capture the views of every type of community of developers out there, from enterprise developers to young hobbyists, everyone.
Yeah, I see. Exactly. All right, thank you. And next question, the questionnaire said that I feel that usually developer evangelists and developer advocates are more likely to belong to the developer team than marketing. But which is better to be categorized them as marketing or developers? This original questions, the more question sentences from your session, he or she get the impression the developer relations is a kind of marketing. So questionnaire get this question for you.
It's better to categorize as marketing. Therefore, is that the question? If it's the same thing as the marketing, no, and that's why I showed you those KPIs at the end to show you that it's not the same thing. DevRel is more about engaging developers directly.
Right, exactly.
And that's why I also showed you what are the top activities of DevRel teams, which have to do with directly engaging developers and finding them to speak. Knowing where to find them to speak to them is very important. So, but that also is changing regionally. So in some part of the world, developers are mostly to be found in forums like Stack Overflow or wherever else, while in other places it's open source communities, for example.
Right,
so
exactly.
No, DevRel is about understanding where to find developers, engaging them directly with the right messaging. That's very different than dev marketing. That is very broad, and marketing your technology in general. Very different things.
Right. I think so. In my company case, it's very similar with you. I got it. Thank you. Okay. So thank you again. Thank you for your great session. It seems no more questions on Twitter and YouTube live chat. If we find any questions for your session, after that, we will let you know that directly. All right. I would like to bring the session to a close. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye. Okay, the last session for Asia1 track it has been finished. After that, we have the closing talk by me. I'd like to bring us to the closing talk. Right. Okay. So let me see. Give me a second. Okay, now, let me share my screen. No. Okay. From now, the closing talk for Asia1 track. I already announced we have a lucky prize for each track. For this track, Asia1, now I get I get do that lottery tour for selecting winners for lucky prize. We will have the three winners from attendees in this track. Okay, with lottery two. Okay, now oh, luckily two people left. Two people left. It means all all of you got selected. Okay, but let me start lottery. Ta-da. Right. Got it. Uh, First person, Rutam. Second person, Aditya. Two guys. Congratulations. Uh, these two guys, we present the lucky prize for each of you the directory that we will announce more detail via email. Please wait a moment. Thank you very much and congratulations. And after that, we have the after party. So please join it on Office. It is the same as the conference virtual venue. Okay. And outputs is very important for us and for you all. Blog articles of impressions and tweets are welcome. Please share your impression for any social networks or any bloggers. Yeah, it's finished for Asia1 track. Thank you very much again for joining this conference for this Asia1 track. Thank you very much. See you next time. Bye.